Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tatwa, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. The citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result area which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
Mr. Irving Paul Lazar once said, "I have no contracts with my clients. Just a handshake is enough." So, we successfully conducted the past 2 editions of HR Summit virtually. We really missed the touch, the pleasant aroma around the venue, and notably the loud cheers of the audience. I, Rahul,
and I, Diksha, take immense pride in welcoming you all again for day 2 of the HR Summit 2022, where you can build your professional network beyond the mobile web.
undoubtedly, the previous 2 years have been revolutionary in corporate history. Scores of things we took for granted as fundamentals have undergone a root and branch transformation. The hybrid working model, virtual onboarding, and online meetings, which are once sporadic words, have now become quotidian.
What is the game plan to tackle the great resignation wave? How to rejig the strategies for talent retention at a time when employee value propositions have been mutated? How is the HR function gearing up to sail through these uncharted waters?
For all these intriguing questions, this edition of HR Summit seeks answer through its title, HR 5.0, The Big Rethink. We are looking forward for an insightful extravaganza from the industry stalwarts.
With our theme, HR Metamorphosis, Expanding the Horizons, I welcome you all to experience the wonder of thinking, the skill of convincing, and a fantastic cohort for networking. Our HR Summit 2022 would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We would like to thank Audi Mumbai South, our official automobile partner, McVie, our official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, our official youth partner, Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner, Startup Talkie, our official outreach partner, ED Times, our official blog partner, Iskia, our official global knowledge partner.
Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Super Smelly, our official gifting partner, NovaFest and Unstop, our official event listing partners, City Goodies, our official gift hamper partner, DUBeat, our official media partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, and Absolute Barbecue, our official food partner. Moving forward, it's an absolute honor to introduce Dr. Asho Mandira Karade, our pillar of support throughout this event. She is an assistant professor and the head of corporate relations of SIOM with 11 plus enriching years of experience in higher education. Dr. Karade's expertise lies in marketing management, customer relationship management, sales management, and performance management. She is a veteran, community and social services professional with a Doctor of Philosophy in Consumer Behavior. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Now, I would request Dr. Asho Mandira to share a few words with us. Please, ma'am.
I hope I'm audible and visible to all. Yes or no? I can't hear yes so loud as we hear it on mobiles, on the laptop screens. Good morning to one and all. And at day 2, it's a pleasure to welcome all the esteemed speakers, the registered delegates who are coming here and has made up on Saturday morning to really know what's happening in HR domain. And also the students of SIOM who are here on Saturday to learn things. So having HR Summit in Nashik and that too in 14th edition, it's an immense pleasure to host the summit in Nashik and our very own campus with the thought that let the Nashik HR fraternity also know what's happening. Last 2 years, we had HR Summit digitally. So this actually made us think why to conduct HR Summit event in Mumbai and let the industry practitioner in HR domains in nearby Nashik industry really miss out what's happening there. And hence we decided with this thought to conduct HR Summit in Nashik. And I think it's an immense pleasure being the faculty convener for this. and this is my 7th time I'm conducting HR Summit. It is really heartwarming, and it gives confidence that Nashik is much more better than Mumbai. And thank you all speakers for making it to Nashik, because we had that thought whether the speakers investing so much of time, but you have really boosted up our morale that yes, you can conduct furthermore HR summits in Nashik. Why go back to Mumbai? So thank you so much for all the speakers who have accepted our invite. And we are going to have day 2 is full of speakers who have 14 plus experience across various domains. But before we enter into day 2, I just would like to give you the glimpse of day 1. Day 1, lot of key learnings were there from the keynote speakers, wherein we had talks about ESG importance, what is the candidate actually looking into when he's joining up, and how he has a veto power over the organizations to make them, the company wait up and sell the company what is so good for them. So I think this was the key takeaway from day 1's keynote speaker 1, where Dr. Amjad actually spoke with us. The keynote 2, he spoke about YOLO concept. And I think pandemic has taught us, wherein keep Spotifying your signals was what I really learned from the key takeaway from keynote speaker 2 from Mr. Anil was there. We had a fantastic panel discussion over where the importance to create a culture that binds values and rewards risk. That was the key takeaway yesterday from the panel discussion. And through the keynote speaker 3, Ms. Anuja, who said about the zeal in a candidate and what difference we make as a company for that person to be retained in an organization is important. That was full of learning yesterday. And today we have immense learning, because last couple of years we saw AI coming up, hybrid mode coming up, organizations really moving over to digitalized platforms. HRs were really having a transforming time. And I think the most challenging part of HRs is how to really transform. And I think HRs, I always treat human resource people are a catalyst who made the organization really change from an offline mode back to online mode, and now again back to and working and respecting the talent or retaining the talent, reskilling the talent. Yes, we don't know. There are companies who really love to hire the people who are ready-made out in the market, but still knowing the fact is that talent you might lose up, but still I see the human resource teams are putting up efforts in reskilling competencies of what exactly is the company wanting it. And I think the role of a catalyst is very important for organization really changing it over. And hence this topic we came up with HR 5.0. I just would like to share the glimpse before I enter into the current topic is HR Summit topics of HR agility, HR analytics, HR realigning the transformation. And I think we did it before it really hit up, and it was way back in 2011, 12, 13, 14 themes. This year particularly we picked up HR 5.0 because I think the HR domain, as I said, is a catalyst. But then the HR domain itself is having a lot of transformation within themselves, and they are accepting it and happily doing it. And hence we said, let's have this theme of HR 5.0. Rethinking is very important. And I think gearing up, changing ourselves is also very important, and understanding the human and the talent is as important. With the sub-theme of HR metamorphosis, I think all said, the comparing team, they actually set up the tone with some triggering questions, and we are really looking forward. So I once again welcome all the speakers, the delegates from Nashik industry, and the professors and the students of SIOM. I must appraise the speakers that we all today on our detoxified mode, that is, we are away from our laptops and mobiles. So we have opened our ears, eyes, and mind to know what is happening there, to understand what is so very important in next year, or helping the delegates know what is going to be for next couple of years. I would say that's what we are looking out for, and we are all focusing to actually learn and understand how we have to actually be at the pace, how the industries and other functions of an organization or business enterprises are changing. On this note, I welcome everybody here, and let's understand, learn, and know what are the new practices happening last couple of years, or say 6 months before, and what is the prediction going to be? What is the talk of the town going to be for next couple of years? Thank you so much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspirational words. It truly sets the tone for the day. Now, I would request you to take your seat. Let us proceed with our first keynote address of the day, Mr. Bimal Vyas, currently Head of HR, Strategy and Business Partnering at Astral Adhesives, is a young, dynamic, passionate and versatile HR professional with more than 17 years of work experience in various organizations in the field of building material, pharmaceuticals and life sciences. He has led key and successful projects in several organizations, including RF Life Sciences, Lincoln Pharmaceuticals, Lupin Pharmaceuticals, Intes Pharmaceuticals, Cadila Pharmaceuticals, and Torrent Pharmaceuticals. His expertise lies in talent management, talent acquisition, performance management system, organizational development, and strategic human resources. The session will be on the topic, shift from people analytics to data literacy. It will be 25 minutes of keynote speech, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. I would encourage the delegates to ask the questions with a raise of hands. Without any further ado, I would now request Mr. Vyas to take over the stage and lead us to an invigorating session ahead. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. Are we not done with the breakfast? So can we say a loud good morning? Great, wonderful. So thank you very much, SIOM. First of all, I'm overwhelmed and I'm privileged to be a part of this entire event. And a big compliment to the entire management committee from SIOM for making a wonderful arrangements in terms of everything put together and bringing me safely here for this event. So wonderful hospitality. Thank you so very much. That I have been already introduced. Myself, Bimal Vyas. I look after HR function of Astral Adhesives. It's basically the adhesives business subsidiary of Astral Limited. Now, before I go into the topic, like I heard from the speakers about pandemics. I was talking to Dr. Vandana. I was talking to ma'am also. And there was a question that you are in a hardcore manufacturing industry. How has been a pandemic help you, or how you have been doing post-pandemic? So I think they were expecting that, okay, we have faced a lot of struggle, lot of challenges, because people may be facing that, because pandemic, we have seen two phases. And right now, the third phase, although it is a very normalized phase, but on and off, we are listening a lot about pandemics. But I think it's a matter of relaxation for all of us that now we all have accepted that pandemic is a part of our life. Like, you cannot go away from that. You have to just take care of yourself and move forward in your life. Now, I was talking to Dr. Vandana. I don't know about the world and about the other industry, but pandemic has been a biggest blessing for all of us. Two parts. One part in terms of business, and second part in terms of the entire HR transformation. If pandemic would not have come, we would have still continued to run the traditional HR processes and systems in the companies and move our show. In terms of business, if pandemic would not have been there, we would have not thought out of the box. We would not have spent our time. We would not have sit down together that how we should really transform our organization, how we should really bring change management amongst our people. So as a HR professional, I would like to submit this, that pandemic has been one of the biggest blessings for the entire HR fraternity. Whenever I'm talking to my peers, my seniors, and when we are talking about this topic, about the HR transformation, so it is giving us a feel of pride that in last 2 to 3 years, the way entire HR function has transformed, it has been fantastic. So I would like all of you to have a big round of applause for all the entire HR fraternity and all the HR professionals who have done a fantastic job irrespective of the organization in which they are working. Because when I still remember in March 2020, when that first wave of pandemic hit in Kerala, at that time I was traveling into Trivandrum, Calicut. And I was not knowing that this pandemic is happening. I was in the field work with our managing director, and we were meeting some doctors and all the stuff. And we were having one conference. And when we reached the hotel, immediately hotel has informed us that now everything is cancelled. Now it is pandemic. So at that point of time, we came to know. And then from there, we were supposed to move to UP, Kanpur. So we immediately shifted to Kanpur, and we continue to work the field work there. But there also people were talking very high about COVID, pandemic and all the stuff. But we did not realize that. And after some time, then there is a history. Because then the entire country got snaps in the entire pandemic situation. So if we really talk from 2020, then if we really talk about second wave of 2021, and now we are in 2022. There is a major shift in the entire thought process as a function, HR, among the minds of the management and the organization. It's a complete radical shift. Earlier, it was considered to be, okay, it is like an operational administrative kind of function, which is helping the business, which is taking care of the people, which is meeting the basic requirement. But in last 2 to 3 years, the entire mindset has got changed, and HR has become one of the vital function. Without that, no organization can survive. And this has been very highly accepted by the organization. One part. Second part is about that, apart from HR, the kind of digitalization which has taken place in last 2 to 3 years during these pandemic times, which has helped a lot the entire HR fraternity to really not only streamline, but they strengthen all the HR processes, interventions, and everything put together. Now, the topic what I'm going to talk about, that we have seen in last 2 years, we have worked on many things. We have worked on automation, we have worked on digitalization, We have worked on the various dashboards. We have talked about the analytics part. We have been always talking that how HR analytics is playing a role in terms of the entire decision making of the organization. How it is really helping HR professionals to build up a strong strategy, which is having a direct influence to the business decision making. So that is fine. That is there. Let's understand first what we have done so far. This is what I'm supposed to do. Okay. So we are talking about pre and post-pandemic scenario. Since the pandemic hit the world, there has been a paradigm shift in where and we work and how we measure the progress. What I have mentioned, the years of 20 and 21 have changed the rules of the game, the entire game in the organization drastically forever. Whatever the rules, what we were following before pandemic, now no one is talking about. Everyone is talking about what we have done pandemics, and now what is the move forward. How we are going to be much more advanced and creating the new rules. 21 reinvented the entire HR industry by solidifying its new rules and regulations. 22 will be all about pushing the boundaries and to maximize the value. It's not working well. Should I do this from here? Can you do it for me? Go to next. Or you can keep laptop here. That's next. Okay. So what I was talking, it is in the 22 will be all about pushing the boundaries and to maximize the value. Today, you all have witnessed that there are many platforms, there are many emerging technologies are widely used. Are being used to acquire, onboard, and manage the talent within the organization. Now, there has been a research by the Gartner that 90% of HR leaders want to either maintain or increase their technology spending on the HR functionality. While 1/3 companies and the leaders intend to slash their budget, which is hardly 10%. So 90% companies are thinking that yes, we want to increase our spend on year-to-year basis in terms of technology with respect to people. This shows that employers are all set to embrace the changing HR trend one way or others. This is going to be the emerging trend. We have done something in 20, we have done something in 21, we are going to push ourselves in 22, and now this journey will be evolving journey will be emerging journey in terms of how we are going to make ourselves advance in terms of the HR functionalities. Go to next. Now, in last 2 years, the way digitalization has taken place, we have seen that we have a technologies in front of us. We have a dashboard, we have applications, we have a platforms available. But the biggest challenge for the HR professional now, how to really be data literate. Because when you are talking about any kind of dashboards, any kind of applications, at one point of time during pandemic, you were having certain requirement. You work upon that, you design something. In 21, you once again sit down, you work upon that, and the other advanced approach has been taken place. But as a HR professional, sometimes we are forgetting that whatever is there in front of the analytics, how we should really comprehend, how we should really understand. Because dashboards, applications, if you are talking about mobile app, if you are talking about any kind of IT platform, they are giving you complete digitalized output. How this output to read, how to really comprehend, how to bring advancedity. This entire approach to analytics, it itself is a big question nowadays, at least for the HR professionals. So if you see, the people analytics market is growing very fast. By some measures, the industry is expected to balloon by as much as $1.7 billion. This is, I'm not supposed to share with you, everyone knows this in this world. People analytics has made a tremendous impact on the way of managing the people in the last 5 years. Do you agree with this statement? How many people don't agree with this? That there is no impact of people analytics in terms of our ability of managing the people. I'm sure 100% people will agree, right? If people analytics would not have been there, perhaps we would have been struggling to manage the people within the organization. However, an organization were mostly looking for people analytics expertise a couple of years ago. I just give you one example. I had gone somewhere for an interview for a senior position with one of the multinational company. They were having the entire recruitment process in terms of the psychometric test and everything. Everything was done. There were 7 to 8 rounds of discussion and it has taken place. And then I'm supposed to meet global CHRO of the company. And we had a long discussion on that. And at that point of time, there was a long debate and discussion on HR analytics. How do you really see the future of HR analytics? And then there was a question, there was an answer were happening back to back. And then he told me, tomorrow, if you have to institutionalize your own HR analytics platform, how you would like to handle it? Now, this was the question where I was completely mum. Being working on HR analytics on the ready-made platform, like if we talk about SAP SuccessFactors, if we talk about PeopleStrong, if we talk about Tableau, if you are talking there is a series of platforms are available in the market. And we are using it very effectively because they are giving us the result. They are giving us the edge to our decision making. But we really don't know how it happens. We really don't know. So tomorrow, if we have to make any kind of structural changes in the HR analytics, every time we have to be dependent upon the data analytics team. That is, if you are fortunate in the organization where there is a data analytics team. If there is no data analytics team, and if there is the expectation from your position to work upon the HR analytics platform, which is in the need of the business right now, then it is a struggle. So this is what I'm talking about. The data literacy is something which we want to discuss, which is right now the need of every HR professional. Businesses are constantly realizing that more is needed to effectively implement people analytics, their HR organization. There were the times, if we really talk about, and everyone knows, like all my colleagues are there, peers are there from the different organization. 5 to 6 years back, if you are going in the cabin of CHR or HR head, you are looking at certain dashboards. It may be digitalized or it may be on the whiteboard or something. Okay, this is manpower head counts. Okay, this is attrition. This is exits. This is how these are the confirmations are done. These are many pendings. So we were mainly talking about operational front. Whatever the processes, it was necessary at that point of time to have a complete outlook what is happening in the HR function. But was it, if we really follow the same, is it sufficient today? Does it add really value in the current set of circumstances? In a very, very highly structured, competitive environment, where every day there is a new digital initiative is getting launched in the industry. It's not that every organization wants to create any kind of magic. It is the need of the business. Business is so much revolving, so much dynamic in nature that every year you have to think a lot. And that's why I have put up the statement that businesses are constantly looking forward much more towards more than people analytics. Now, businesses are much not interested in looking at the analytics on the operational front. Businesses are much more interested in know the analytics, how the movement happening and the bridge and the connectivity with the business and the human. Whatever the people who are there in the organization, how they are adding a value to the business at every step. So that is the need of the business right now. Now, if this is the need, perhaps we may like or we may not like. We have to prepare ourselves for the next phase. One of the key bottlenecks is general data literacy among HR professionals, which I have given you my example. So we are talking about influencing the shift from people analytics to data literacy. So for an example, there are 2 to 3 examples. I have tried to plot it. HR business partners need a better understanding of data to effectively implement people analytics finding in their organization. Now, if you really see, like all the HR professionals are there from the reputed organization, we have to really review and revamp the entire role of HR business partner. HR business partner is something which is close to the heart of the business. What business thinks, how business works, at what point of time, which kind of thought is coming in the minds of the business, HR has to articulate. Now this is the need. I have to work upon that, which is not there right now in the role of HR business partner. HR managers need to access dashboards and retrieve relevant data to give the better advice. HR analysts are more effective when they can support their analysis with business and financial data. Now, if we really see about this, and we are talking because if you see the role of HR, particularly if we go before pandemic, we were talking majorly the role in terms of HR business partner, performance management specialist, compensation specialist, and many things. HR analyst role has evolved very aggressively over the period of time in last 2 to 3 years. What was the reason? That was precisely the reason because post-pandemic, the way business is moving very aggressively, the way business is rapidly changing on day-to-day basis. It is the burning need that HR analyst has to be there in the system. He has to work very closely with the business. And if he has to work very closely with the business, it is the need that he need to have a very strong data literacy of the data points. Keeping in mind the shift from people analytics to data literacy, it's the need of an hour that HR leaders should prioritize enhancing their data literacy and data mining skills using the latest technology and automation. Go to next. Now, what are the challenges in front of us? So, challenges for HR professionals. Because when any professional is working in HR department, because he has seen the transition. He has seen this transition before pandemic, during the pandemic, and now post-pandemic. He has seen the different transition. So when transition takes place, you have to prepare your mindset continuously. You have to really think about that. Now, how I'm supposed to contribute for the business. Now, how I'm supposed to play my role within the organization. The challenge for HR professional is to read the data contextually and obtain the insights required for executing the actions. To achieve this, HR professionals must focus on improving their data literacy capabilities rapidly. Now, there is some interesting statistics, which is really interesting in nature, but yes, it is giving us an alarm as a HR leader. As per the findings from AI HR, Academy to Innovate HR, out of 10 HR professionals, only 4 HR professionals can read, apply, and communicate data effectively to influence the decision-making process. So there is a 10 people, only 40% HR professional have that kind of data literacy capability to comprehend the data, to read the data, to communicate the data for the decision-making. Hence, it becomes very important that we, as a HR leader, we have to work very closely with our team and ensure that data literacy has to take place within the team. Now, when we are talking about this, it does not mean to say that we want to be expert in the data collection and data analysis. That is not the expectation from a HR professional. If I'm talking about this, people may be thinking, so what will happen? Our role will be changed. We are no more HR professional. Now we will be working on only data collecting and analyzing the data. No, that's not the expectation. It's purely not the expectation. But yes, you need to have that kind of comprehensive skills with respect to data literacy. Now, how it is adding a value to your professional journey, if you really work upon this. Now, there are two aspects. If you are saying, okay, I have an option, I don't want to learn data literacy, and I want to work on HR analytics, or am I saying, no, I don't have any option as of now, I have to do it? What is your take on this? Is data literacy option or it is the requirement? It is badly the requirement. It's not an option. If you have to survive within the organization, if you have to move forward in your professional journey in a rapid manner, right? Data literacy is must. And the time has not gone so far. You will see in next 1 year, I'm telling you in next 1 year, talent acquisition head will be forced to put up the competencies of data literacy in the assessment form. Nowadays, it is only analytical ability we are talking about, analytical skills. We don't know how we measure that. But data literacy is going to be one of the key competency while you are identifying the person for the organization. Because it is adding the value in translating the analytical outcomes into action. so that data put it to a good use. In totality, the majority of HR professionals will be required to work upon their capabilities in terms of data literacy. Now, there is one more interesting data point I would like to share with you, which is already mentioned here. Whatever the HR professionals we have, let's take India as a country. I'm talking about this India as a country. What are the number of HR professionals we have? Only 41% HR professionals have these capabilities. So we are missing out 59, close to 60% HR professionals will struggle if they don't work on the data literacy. Despite, then it doesn't matter from where he is passed out. Then it doesn't matter where he has worked. Then it doesn't matter what have been his contribution. It doesn't matter. But this skill is the need of today's organization, which has to be inculcated into your entire professional competencies. Go to next. Now, how to define data literacy? So there are certain definitions. It is the ability to derive meaningful and useful information from data and to apply this to create better products, services, and experiences. In other words, someone who is HR data literate is not just able to look at the numbers and understand what they mean. They are actually able to gather actionable insights and use the data to guide their HR processes. We also have one more definition. It is connecting data to action in a closed loop is critical. If you are going to reverse the downward trend is business satisfaction. If there is a scenario in your business that you are going into the downward trend, then data literacy is something. If you continuously work upon that, if you really understand this subject, and if you really connect all the points with each other, then your entire downward trend can go to upward trend. So that is, we are talking about the reverse mechanism. You're not supposed to do anything. You have to be data literate. You have to read the data. Let's read the data. Let's comprehend the data. And let's use this information into actionable points. Next. Go to next. Now, what is HR data literacy? Data literate people can think critically about what the data shows, deduce relevant information from the data, and know how to apply the appropriate data for a specific purpose. Because data is such an asset to the organization, HR professionals must be data literate to glean the meaningful information from this data that they can use for strategic decision making. This dimension of data literacy is being data driven. They must also have a capacity to translate these insights into actions that create business value. And we refer to this dimension as the analytical translation. Now, I just would like to bring one more perspective, because nowadays, the industry, there is a trend. And basically, it is the need of the entire revolution. If you are talking about the entire industrial revolution, now there is a trend of the consolidation. It's purely the consolidation. Whenever you go, if 5 people are sitting together, 10 people are sitting together, if you are reading somewhere, there is consolidation happening. You are listening. This company has acquired this business. This company has acquired this product. Now this has happened this. This company has been sold out to this. So we are talking about the consolidation. Why it is there? Because that is the need of the business, that is the need of the organization to ensure organic and inorganic growth. Because everyone wants to grow very fast. There is a very high competition, very structured competition. And if you have to survive, you have to work on both the aspect. You don't have any other option. Now, when you are talking about consolidation, and when you are sitting with someone in terms of acquisition or merging the business, I remember when 5 years back in my previous assignment, I was a part of the acquisition process. We were sitting down, we were discussing about that. And we were supposed to take over one pharma business, domestic business of 250 CR. And we were negotiating, and there were many discussions that happened at top management level. At that point of time, I have read something, I have witnessed a discussion, and there are 3 points came into my mind, which which are the 3 things which every organization is looking forward while acquiring the business. Normally, traditionally, there is a financial stability. How profitability is working, what has been the liquidation, what has been the cash flow, what has been the working capital, right? Second, which kind of product portfolio they have, what is the presence of the product portfolio, what kind of manufacturing capabilities in terms of this product. So that's there. Now manufacturing capability is absolute nowadays. And third thing, that about people. If you're taking over the entire organization, if you're not taking over the entire business, let's take tomorrow, if you're taking over the entire organization, then definitely you would like to see which kind of people are there. Tomorrow, if you acquire 500 to 1,000 people, HR is always having that kind of concern in the mind. Will it not happen tomorrow that these people will become liability for me? And I have to create the entire new structure. So there is always a concern in the minds of people, which is a very valid concern. Now, at that point of time, we were discussing this, and our managing director, we were sitting down in the dinner, and we were discussing about that. So I just asked, boss, I think we are done, because whatever the things is there is what people we have interviewed 500 people, we evaluated them on the skill set. Almost 80% people are qualifying the criteria. Our R&D team has done the entire research, and the products is also of the good, affordable quality. And definitely the financial stability is there. I'm telling you, 5 years back, he told me one thing. Bimal, you are missing one important point. I asked, what it is, boss? He told, you have not checked data. Which kind of data this organization is carrying forward? How much it is structured? How much it is connecting business to the technical? How it is connecting to the humans? How it is connecting to the various functionality? Which kind of data these companies are carrying? Does it not happen that tomorrow you acquire a business and you have to create the entire data structure independently, which is completely a mammoth exercise for 500 people with 1,000 crore portfolio? At that time, I did not pay much attention 5 years back, because no one were talking about that data can be one of the critical factors for acquiring the business. I was not like serious about that. And I took it like, boss ऐसे ही बोल रहे हैं, ठीक है, अभी boss का मन है करने दो उनको. And he literally sit down with the IT and analytics team, and he literally asked the company's managing director, previous company's managing director, you take me through the entire data systems, what you have. Then we will take a decision whether we are going ahead in acquisition or not. He has literally sat down 12 to 14 hours on daily basis for 4 days. And on the basis of that kind of satisfaction, he has taken a decision on the acquisition. Now, post-pandemic, if we are talking about, today I really realize that that guy, that gentleman who has spoken 5 years back, today, now it is going to be the reality. Now I can tell you, companies management are keeping data management, if I'm talking about entire any analytics, of the organization is putting forward than people and products. Companies are thinking, if products are not there, we will create a product. If people are not there, we will hire the people. But we cannot create the data over the night of the acquired businesses. It is a mammoth exercise. It takes years for us to create in that structure format what we are looking at. So guys, what I would like to tell you, this is the reality of the organization, the businesses. Data is an integral part of our professional journey. कुछ लोगों को मुझे पता है, I know very well, people shy away, people run away from the numbers. Numbers आता है तो उनको पसीना निकलता है, ये क्या करना है? Right? You have been given one Excel spreadsheet and if you have been asked that, भाई आपके बॉस ने बोला अब इसका मुझे MIS बना के दे दो, right? छोड़ दो यार. Analysis, what we do? We just immediately rush to HR analysis. अरे यार ये बॉस ने डेटा मांगा है, फटाफट बना के दे दो MIS. उससे आपका प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होने वाला. If you are doing this kind of exercise, then you are running away from your own core competencies. So let's work upon that. Go to next. Okay, why it is important? HR professionals who can read, apply, create, and communicate data can leverage it better to reap the following advantage. What are the advantages? It is making evidence-based decisions, achieving operational efficiencies, creating business impact through the HR value chain, increasing the productivity and profit while staying competitive, and finding newer and newer opportunity of the new businesses and the acquisitions. This is the power of the data literacy as far as HR functionality is concerned. Go to next. Behaviors of HR professional be strong. How? Now this is a very interesting aspect. Now there is always a question in the minds of the HR leader, how to differentiate HR professionals within the organization. Everyone is, for me, everyone is best. Talent acquisition person, he is achieving the target recruitment, he is best. Performance management person, he is driving the performance feedback system, all the processes, he is best. Learning and development, he is ensuring all training man hours are done, he is best. How to differentiate HR professionals within this system? What should be the behavior? Behavior is very simple. This is what I feel and what I believe. It is data savvy orientation and approach. It is the analytical mindset that is only can differentiate one person to another. Because I'm telling you, it cannot be taught in university, right? It cannot be taught within the organization. You will never see any kind of workshop, continuous workshop or training program for building up the analytical abilities. Agar aap kar bhi lete ho, then also you are not successful because it is inherent. It is your complete connect and the natural instinct that, okay, this is the competency I would love and I would love to work upon this. Now, what are the behaviors? So a HR professional with strong data literacy will display behaviors, which is very, very important for HR leaders because these people are making their life very easy. Setting up the effective HR KPIs. Like any senior person who is sitting here can disagree with me that setting up the KPIs within the system, they are not sitting down in the organization and that team is independently handling. It is not happening practically. Every time CHRO and HR leader is supposed to invest, supposed to sit down with the business, how to set up the effective HR KPIs. Because they also understand I have a bottleneck. I don't have that kind of analytical abilities and mindset is available within the system. So if you have a HR professional with strong data literacy and HR analytical approach, he can ease your life by setting up effective HR KPIs. Reading and interpreting HR and business data and leverages this data to make better decisions. Spotting opportunities for value-adding data analysis, effectively communicating the data, and practicing evidence-based HR. HR practitioners who are both data-driven, able to translate data into action and can create a real value for their organization. Someone has talked about employee value proposition. HR value proposition nowadays is only in one thing, that is your data ability, where we are talking about data literacy and analytics. Go to next. How HR professionals, there are certain few ideas and thoughts came into my mind that how HR professional can work upon that. Very importantly, familiarize yourself with data-driven working. You may be having IT department, you may be having analytical team, you may be having some of the groups where those people are continuously working on the data. Sit down with them, familiarize yourself that how the data processes. Partner with your HR data analysis or data teams to find the relevant data. आप अपनी टीम के साथ बैठो. Don't ask them to prepare the reports. Just try to see which kind of relevant data is available, and then you have to read. You should try to read. You should try to comprehend how this data is integrated with my decision making. So for doing this, you have to sit down with them. Learn how to work with data by strengthening your Excel skills. Microsoft Excel से better कोई platform हो नहीं सकता. To learn, to articulate, to comprehend the data. Whenever you are going for the meeting, bringing the data. Don't discuss anything about subjectivity or anything about the academics. Only talk about the data. Okay, today I have sat down, I have come down for reviewing your performance, right? I don't know what has happened in the last quarter. This quarter, you are sitting down on this. This is your current scenario. This is your product scenario. This is your territory scenario. This is your regional scenario. This is your person scenario. This is your manager scenario. Always talk about the data. If you are talking about the data, it will inculcate the culture among the people, and it will really sharpen your decision-making process very effectively. Very important. Don't afraid to ask the question for data experts. When you are talking with the analytical team or the data team, ask 1,000 questions, 10,000 questions. This is the data you know I don't understand. Please help me to understand. Get the complete download in your mind about why this data is used. Then it will help you to comprehend further. Go to next. So let's sum up. Okay, I would not like to take much time because I have been given an alert. So let's sum up this entire discussion. Data is now a vital component of the HR function. And it is proven by the industry, it is proven by the organization that now there is a dedicated vertical, dedicated structure of the HR analytics. Developing solid data literacy skills help the HR professionals become truly strategic and contribute to the business goal. We are talking many things about in my organization, like there is a hell of the discussions are happening. We need to do this on HR strategy. We need to do this on HR strategy. We need to do this on HR strategy. But that HR can play that strategic role then only when he is having a very strong hands in terms of the data literacy. It is a continuous process. Are you sleeping? If you are sleeping, if you are driving, if you are eating, whatever you are doing during the 24 hours, data always runs in your mind once you start. So it is a continuous process where it's crucial not only to have an understanding of the data, but also be able to apply it and translate it into the action. So this is what I wanted to sum up. So this is the complete paradigm shift from we have talked about HR analytics to the data literacy. And I would like urge all the HR professionals to spend a really good time in becoming a data literate. You work on the HR processes, no one is stopping you. You work on the HR expertise in relevant field. But whatever the field, wherever you are working, without data literacy, it will be really difficult to survive. So that is what I really want to conclude. Thank you very much for paying your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed an insightful session delivered in a very captive manner. For the paucity of time, let's end this first keynote session here. And I would like to thank all the delegates for their keen listening. I hope you find this session meaningful and exciting.
It's a pleasure to host Mr. Bimal Vyas. We would take a moment now to felicitate Mr. Vyas with a memento as a token of a gratitude. I would request Dr. Vandana Sonmane, Director of SIOM, to do the honor. We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South and Safe Express. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. The tea and refreshments would be served at your tables. Our HR Summit student team is around the campus. Feel free to reach out to us for any assistance.
Let us proceed to the next keynote address of the day. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Akshay Kashyap. Mr. Kashyap is a seasoned HR professional with cross-industry experience ranging from manufacturing to retail, agri-inputs, consulting, and BFSI. He has allied with Future General Insurance, Coromandel International, Reliance Life Insurance, and NBC Bearings in his 17 years of experience. Across his career, he has worked in various domains and had been a change agent and a strategic partner to business. He has been pivotal in enabling his organization being recognized as a great place to work. The session will be on the topic, Demographic to Talent Dividend, Global Reach, Local Presence. It will be 25 minutes of keynote speech, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. I would encourage the delegates to ask their questions with a rise of hands. Without any further ado, I now request Mr. Akshay Kashyap to take over the stage and lead us to an invigorating session ahead.
Hello. So good pre-noon, everybody. Good pre-noon, everybody. Good pre-noon, everybody. Yeah, I'm sure. I would definitely attempt not to make you sleep, because I've been on the other side of the table, other side of the audience, maybe 17, 20 years back. And honestly, most of the time I was sleeping. So I'll try that I don't let you sleep for sure. The topic is moving from demographic dividend to talent dividend, global reach or the local reach. Before I start off, do we have the mic amongst the audience? Is there a mic? Okay, perfect. So before I start, can somebody just tell me what are dividends? What are these dividends? Demographic dividend, talent dividend? Anybody? Please. In case the mic could be passed on there, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, demographic dividends are people like in different parts of the area or region. So that are demographic dividends. And talent dividends are in those demographic dividends if we have talents, and like this is my rough assumption.
Attempt, good.
But I know the dividend if you want.
Dividend, good enough. Any more tries? Yeah, we have an audience there. Honestly, when this thing was given to me, I was in a shock. What is this?
Sir, if I'm not wrong, demographic dividend is the age group, like the shift of the age group of the working class age group and the elderly age group. The shift is called the demographic dividend.
Excellent. Can we have a round of applause for him? I think it's a phenomenal thing. Great. So just to start off with, to understand what the demographic dividend is all about. To start off, now the economic gain potential of a country is actually looked into when we look at what's the difference between the working age and that of the non-working age of the organization, of the country. For India, the working age group, as per the government, is between 15 to 64. And if you look in that way, where do I point out? So whatever, so it's around 65% of our population. It's fine. So whatever. But I don't think I'll be able to. Anyway, it's fair. So around 65% of our population is in the working age group. A good thing to look at, number one. Let's move further. Ironically, the birth rate has declined in the last 1 year by around 1.23%. Not only that, the natural population growth of the country has also declined. And when I say that, which means that the natural growth is equal to the birth rate minus the death rate, which means that we are having lesser population that is going to fit into the working population with the years to come. Now, when this happens, is there a fear? There is. What is a fear? Let's talk about it. Let's look into the stats that was done in 2018 of different countries. So the demographic dividend of Japan was good enough between 1964 to 1940, almost 40 years of span. That is, this was a tenure during which the country had the maximum employable population, working population. Thereby, now there's a direct correlation between the working population and the economy of the country, right? So with this, I'll actually talk about that. For India, the working population age defined by the government of India is between 15 to 64. 15, see, as no, age, biological age. 15 to 18 is when your trainees come into picture. And 64 is people continue working as consultants. We talked about it. You want to speak about your query over here? That's fine. Okay. So let's get. So I was talking about the demographic dividend part. So yes, sir. Perfect. Okay, there was a query around this aspect as working age group between 15 to 64. Now, this is the definition given by the government of India. Now, while the definition is, while the practicality lies between the age group of 18 to 60, because the retirement as such by the government of India is defined up to 60. However, the government appreciates trainees who are structured. The government also appreciates consultants and so-called freelance workmen to be considered as employees or to be as potential employers. Hence, this age group is considered by the government. Now, what happens is, if you look at this data of 2018, we as a country had a phenomenal potential, right? 2018 to 2025, 37 years of range. And this would had led the economy of the country to grow much faster, but grow bigger. Ironically, like I just mentioned in the previous slide, that we are declining versus what we were supposed to grow fast. So the fact remains that the talent dividend, today's dividend is feared to end well earlier for India than 2055. It might end in the year 2040, 45, whenever. So what's the alternative? The alternative is what Japan did, focused upon talent dividend. Now, what is talent dividend? Talent dividend is the literate and skilled workforce in the country. Now, the definition from being of employed workforce to the literate and skilled workforce is what we're shifting upon. Now, where do we stand there? Let's look at statistics. The country has a very high literacy rate, 77.7%. However, the employment population ratio is that of employment to population ratio is of almost 43%. Thereby, there's a gap between the literates versus the employed population. Now, this is where is a talent gap. Now, again, the talent is not a definition as per talent in HR. Here, for the government, the talent is the population which is employable. So, how does this operate? Now, to add on, there are almost 13 crore graduates every year. I mean, who have cleared last year, and there would be around 4 odd crores who have enrolled for post-graduation, contributing to around 12.3% of population who are educated and have a potential to become literate, to become employable. So what was Japan's model? To focus upon talent dividend. They took a 5-point approach. The first, create a balance between talent and structure of supply and demand. Number 1, I'll again describe each of these in detail later. Number 2, establish and improve professional talent markets. So first is create a balance between what is the supply? The supply is people, the demand is employment. The second was to establish and improve the professional talent markets to minimize information assimilation. So while there are jobs created, while there are people being made literate and employable, ensuring that the communication between the two parties happens without, or rather in the most transparent manner, ensuring that part of the communication to be very smooth as such. The third is creating and provide quality jobs. So while I say quality jobs, the definition of jobs is that where the employed population not only doesn't get into into a job where he doesn't skill in. So ensuring that such jobs are enabled where satisfaction, compensation, and everything is being taken care of. The fourth is enabling entrepreneurship within the country by encouraging mass and entrepreneurial innovation. And the last is to grow the team of entrepreneurs, that is, have more of entrepreneurs within the country. So what's broadly done is of creating demand and thereby creating supply. So creating demand, what can the country do? The country can create employment opportunities in the country. It can create avenues for ease of employment in global market. bridge the gap between the literacy rate and the employment of the country. Creating supply, increase the employment to population ratio beyond 43%, definitely. Review the education system so that this 10% of graduates entering the employment market every year are employable. So it's probably reviewing the education system by large. The next is create skill-based education system. And then, of course, the last one is to encourage corporates to invest in vocational courses. And how can this encouragement be done? By extending subsidies or flexing the labor laws that are extended to the employers. Now, these are general roadblocks. I would not read out in, I mean, maybe you can just read through, but I just like to highlight what are the major roadblocks. The first being unfulfilled education requirements, gender inequality in education, low human development parameters, absence of proper policies, jobless growth, then rise in sharp and elderly population. So these are some roadblocks which restrict the talent demography to move higher. Now, before I get a little deeper, I'd like to highlight upon what are different types of unemployment as captured by the government of India. First, being the disguised unemployment. Now, all those people working in the unorganized sector, your kirana stores. So these are actually employed, your maids, servants, they're employed, but they are not captured as employed by the government of India or by any government, and hence they're termed as disguised. Seasonal, that is maybe those agriculture workers. So these are seasonal. Structural. So these are people who, there's a mismatch between the jobs available in the market and the skills that the market offers. The next being cyclical. So which depends upon what business cycle is going through, and thereby there's a gap between what skills exist and versus what the market is expecting. Again, typically like your IT skills, required, not required right now. Technological, frictional. Frictional is something which is very interesting. So for people who are employed, who are employed, and there's a gap between them leaving a job to that of moving into a new job. That is called a frictional unemployment. And the last is vulnerable. There's people working informally. These are typically the consultants, your gig workforce, because these are not captured as employment and treated as unemployment by the government. So the way ahead is, closing the skill gap of its qualified workforce will be critical. And typically, I would like to just summarize that there are 4 methods: that upgrading education standards, fulfilling health requirements, bridging gender gaps in workforce, intersection. So this is what the government broadly does, just to give you an idea of what are the 5 phases, 5 schemes that the government runs through. Great about understanding what the government does. Now, what should we as corporates do? So what's the role of corporates? Now, this is where I'd like to look at, against each of these parameters, what is the role of the corporates over here? Creating a balance between supply and demand for the existing talent and for new talent. How do we do that? How can corporates go ahead doing that? For the existing talent, the supply could be created by creating upskilled opportunities for global market, by partnering with suppliers and vendors for exchange existing talents. Now, this is something challenging because how can I let my talents go away to my partners? These are my resources, right? But if I look at this at a holistic way, I think this will help the economy of the country and by large, even the organization to grow larger. So from a short-term perspective, it is not accepted by organizations, but from a long-term perspective, organizations will have more engaged workforces, they'll have more productive workforces, while they take up this opportunity of partnering with suppliers and vendors for sharing their talents. The next is upskilling employees to a new age technology. So these are all for the existing employees. What organizations can do to increase this supply, and then for demand, share niche skill force within or across industry. This is also something that the organizations can do, that they share their niche skills, not only with themselves, but let it go. For example, since I've worked with a chemical industry, a chemical fertilizer industry, so there's something called a technical services head, right? So a technical services team is supposed to understand how does the fertilizer industry operate upon, right? So now this guy is generally busy in the last week of the month and the first week of the month. So it's around this fortnight that keeps him busy completely. The rest of the fortnight, he's generally into the factory, interacting with people, managing issues and all those things. Now, if this guy is probably given an opportunity to look at the larger perspective, go beyond his organization boundaries, look at what, maybe contribute to what the competition is doing, because he has a niche skill. Now, if he has a niche skill, first he feels motivated, he feels engaged. Second, the supply to the external market makes will definitely help the economy of the country grow better. Then similarly, encourage and sponsor employees for global opportunities, create in-house upskill centers. So instead of having purely learning centers, which is where we measure the learning in terms of man hours, the focus or the shift of the learning function has to move from, should not look into man hours at all. It should rather look into focusing upon where do how many upskillings have I done? The percentage of employed who have been upskilled, the percent of employed who have been looked into what who have been enabled with hot skills of tomorrow. So that's something which is very important. Integrate internal job portals or opportunities with vendors and suppliers. Another thing which is challenging, which seems impossible today, but someday it needs to happen for the betterment of the country's economy. For the new talents, for demand, again, provide opportunity for freshers, create in-house upskill centers, partner with suppliers, for supply, influence and revamp the education system. So this is something we're talking about, the corporates coming together to influence the revamp of education system. The existing, okay, how many of you have studied calculus? How many of you remember differentiations and integrations? And how many of you come with some years of experience? When was the last time you used your differentiation in your work experience? I see not a single hand up. I don't discourage the education given to us, but I somewhere question the reason why it was given to us. So it's very important that the corporates come together, stand up, and then try to influence the decision makers on the need to revamp the education system. I just gave one simple example. There are many more. You guys have done, in your first year of MBA, you'd have done your ORs. Right, so when you actually get into your field, it would probably be 1 decimal part of it that you'd be using. We end up using what Mr. Vyas just said: Excel, Rs, right? Different data tools. The need to understand the concept is very important. Great, but is it important? Is it going to be that important that you spend so many man hours not to upskill ourselves to what makes us employable? But to spend on something which is extremely theoretical. So that's something where the corporates need to work together, and they might get into influencing the organizations. Similarly, creating new upskills, create upskills through industry interface. This is something which is again very important, because through your projects, while you partner with organizations, while you get in touch with organizations doing some projects, you gain experience. The organization benefits, you benefit. You are actually upskilling while you do those projects. So this is another important part. Partner with suppliers, again, is the same thing. So you'd see this partner with suppliers coming almost everywhere. So this is something which is very challenging, and I always emphasize upon it. None of my partners have agreed for it though. So I would like this to be seen someday or the other with some organization. Moving to the next part. Now, hereafter I'll be a little faster. So the intent in a very simple language is to ensure that the communication between the opportunity demand and the available supply is as transparent as possible. How can corporates do that? By connecting and updating on the employment boards, sharing the IGP platforms across within international players. It need not just stick on to my company. I have a requirement in an organization. Why should I only look for within people? If my global partners are okay for that, I should be able to extend there. Similarly, if there are global opportunities, let the IGPs be shared with me. My resources, my talent sitting over here can contribute to your job. That's important. Then comes your extending IGPs to vendors and suppliers, like in similar lines. Talking about the providing focus. So how can this happen? This can happen by focusing on upskilling of new age skills, niche skills and relevant skills. And why is it so? With the end objective to provide quality jobs, ensuring balanced life through engagement and compensation to talent, acknowledging utilization of expertise. Now I'm integrating these two together because these two are on entrepreneurship. Just four simple steps. One, create incubation centers within organizations. People from the corporate world would request them to believe in, I'm sure most of you believe in this. Most of you would be having something like a suggestion scheme or maybe something like an idea platform. So these are incubation centers. Move to the next stage, sponsor competitions within colleges. While you do so across colleges, within colleges, while we as an organization sponsor we are encouraging the cross-pollination of not only talent, but also the knowledge flow across. The third, invest in startup ideas. As corporates, it is important. There is an opportunity to invest in startup ideas. Why should I take a startup as my competition? Why should I believe in those Porter's 5 forces? Why should I not let the 5th force come in and become my partner? Right? Why can't he become my supplier? So for that, it's important that we start investing in startup ideas as organizations. As a corporate, invest expertise to mentor startups. Quite a lot of experiences. The most recent one is the one that's called of the Tata Group, where Mr. Tata has offered mentorship to a company which is the old age home, right? So that's simple mentorship. Ironically, it is the CEO who's a decision maker. I say if an organization has 10,000 employees, organization has 10,000 brains, 10,000 minds. If that is the case, let there be a startup encouragement or a startup mentorship encouraged within the organization culture, and let those 10,000 guys go and mentor people across. The country by large will have tons of startups. And if that happens, the economy of the country will definitely add value. And if the economy grows, we grow, undoubtedly. What is your role? Quick and short. Remain updated on hot skills in the market. I am not questioning you or commenting on what your hot skills are. You would know. You know the best. If you don't, probably connect back into what, just Google it out. What are the hot skills for your roles, for your desired roles? Because into discussions with people, I realize that there are some kind of roles which look at, some of you aspire to get into ITS, some of you aspire to get into IT, some into manufacturing, some into a big 4, right? So for your respective desired role, identify your hot skills. Please do that first. Once you do that, identify and map the. So first of all is about remaining updated. Second is prioritize your hot skills. Third is identify and prioritize the resources where you can upskill yourself. And there are tons of resources today. You have LinkedIn, you have Coursera, and you have tons of them. Very, very low cost, but reliable. Huge investments being done by organizations, by the government, encouraged by the government as well. Then comes the next one, which is staying focused and patient. Now, what happens many times is, oh my God, I've done this certification. अब क्या करूं यार, कुछ नौकरी नहीं आ रही, या मेरे मन का नहीं मिल रहा. Patience सबसे जरूरी है. 1 साल हुआ ही नौकरी किए हुए, 1.5. I'm sorry, I'm getting bilingual, but trust me, when it's emotions, Hindi comes out. 1.5 साल हुआ नौकरी किए हुए, किक नहीं मिल रहा यार. अरे किक मिलेगा आराम से. चलना तो पहले दिन से सीखे नहीं थे ना, 6 महीने बाद चलना सीखे थे, राइट? 10th स्टैंडर्ड का एग्जाम आपने एलकेजी में तो दिया नहीं था, आपने 10th स्टैंडर्ड में जाके दिया था. Similarly, there's a time when you get the kick. That kick can happen overnight. That kick can happen over slower kicks. But kick aayega. But it's very important to remain patient because the young blood today, all you guys, I understand, are not that patient. Even I was not, but budhape ne sikha diya. Right? And the most important of all is to explore opportunities which is beyond full-time employment. Do not restrict your thoughts कि मेरे को मैं job के लिए ही कर रहा हूँ या कर रही हूँ. My opportunities are far beyond that. There's a tremendous money kick into everything that you can think of. All the positive motivations that coming from being a gig workforce, from being a part-time employer or whatever it is. So that's it that I have for today. Thank you guys. Any queries, any questions?
So thank you so much for a very insightful presentation. So I just want to understand when you explained the gap between the literate of 77.7 to the employment ratio of 43%. Okay. So when you say that this gap is because of what? Is it because of the talent gap or is it because of the opportunity gap?
It is both the things.
Yeah.
So if you see, the gap is because of, I'm just showing a pictorial figure.
Yeah.
The gap is because of supply and demand. Now, we said qualified workforce, literate workforce, 77% are literate.
Yeah.
But are they ready to be employable? Number one.
Right.
First of all, out of 77%, assume 12 to 15% are those who are not interested to get employable at all.
Right.
Right. So now effectively what's left out is around 65% population. Now, out of this 65% population, it's only 43% which is employed today, which effectively means that I have almost 22% which is not employed.
Yeah.
What is the reason? One, are there relevant opportunities within the country? If not, are there global opportunities available? Yes, there are. And that is why my recommendations talk about look at global opportunities. As corporates, we should partner with global partners, let our in-house talent move upwards.
Right.
Number one. Number two, there is also a problem that the literates are not employable, right? Because they might be a class topper, but the kind of skills that they have are not suitable for the employment opportunity. And hence we are talking about building upskilling. We're talking about upskilling through existing employees, upskilling employees to the new age technology. For the new talents, we're talking about create new upskilling schools.
Sure.
So that is very important. Unless this happens, so it's both supply as well as demand.
And so I think one is the employability issue, which my topic is, and my whole study goes on that. But the other thing is also the opportunities which the ecosystem is not able to provide.
Exactly.
So that's another problem actually.
Yes.
For which, I mean, everybody needs to think about as a corporates and all.
Yeah.
And actually, and the thing which you talked about is, investing in the development and upskilling of our employees' talent. And a lot of people at times feel whether we should spend our money or not. So I'm reminded of very interesting. Everybody might have gone through that. Somebody asking, if we train our people, I'm afraid they will leave. So the answer is, if we don't, the bigger problem is if we don't train them, they will stay. That is a bigger problem.
That's true. Exactly, adding to your point. So that's a statement which actually reminds me. So I was once tasked in my earlier organization. So I was picked up as one of the talents in the organization, and there's an investment being done on me. Quite a huge investment. So the CFO asked the CHRO, this young fellow, why are you investing in this fellow? He's sitting in a factory somewhere. What do you see in him? Don't do that. पैसा उठाएगा, training लेगा, certification उठाएगा, CV update करेगा, भाग जाएगा. The CHRO said only one thing. Training उठाएगा, सीखेगा, certification लेगा, भाग जाएगा, possibility 50%. नहीं भागेगा, possibility 50%. But अगर नहीं भागेगा of this possibility 50%, अगर ये वो उसका learning का 10% भी implement किया, it is good enough for me to transform my organization. And I would not like to brag myself, but trust me, I'm speaking of Godavari, erstwhile Godavari Fertilizers, now Coromandel Fertilizers, Kakinada, talking of the year 2008 when I moved in, where the factory was known for black days, black badges. So these are methods where the labor say that we don't work. From that stage to being awarded just within 2 years' time, 2011, as by FICCI as being the most productive plant in fertilizers across the country. So I think the journey is all on the investment on people.
Akshay, good presentation.
Thank you.
Don't you think the talent gap in a country like ours should also account for the artisan force? Because there is a substantial component of Indian economy which does not require formal education. Unfortunately, the literacy rate as defined by Government of India is on the ability to sign and read and write basic stuff. Why I raise this is I represent Pidilite and we stand for a lot of artisan force in handicraft sector, carpenters, plumbers, masons, They are significant part of the value creation of the economy. They've slipped through your definition of the talent dividend. Because
you're perfectly right.
so
In fact,
somewhere, I think the Western or the academic definition needs to change. This, if you went through this model of defining employment or unemployment, you would still not know where to put the artisans.
these come under your disguised unemployed.
No, they are. Look at the definition. More people are employed than actually needed.
That's exactly what happens.
But that's not really where they fall. They don't even get identified as employable talent.
Okay, so
just to complete, in government, we have been in dialogue with government of Gujarat and Rajasthan, and we have finally been able to convince the two governments to allow registration of qualified carpenters, masons, plumbers on the employment exchange.
So now qualified would mean ITI qualified?
Not necessary.
Not necessary.
Trained.
So it's a trained.
So the definition of literacy should change to skilling. That's the simple principle that I am putting forth for your consideration. Would love to hear your comments.
Would definitely like to acknowledge yours. In fact, this is where even this slide talks about over here, where we're talking about work, not only collaborate and influence on the education system. This is a good point. Maybe as corporates, there has to be collaboration and influencing to the government or to the authorities, as in whether you like to redefine talent to extend to skilling or not, which I completely second to your thought, which is extremely relevant, because for us, and this is where I'm challenging the entire education system, because for us literacy is what literacy is. While we look at, I wouldn't though appreciate so, but I would still say when we look at the so-called developed countries, they have the qualifications or the so-called common qualifications, common subjects, maybe to a 4th or 5th standard. And from there starts the specific choices. Where would they like to move on? Your IB curriculum talks of a similar line. So the skilling starts off at a very young age. While our education system is yet to mature to the stage. I mean, I don't know whether it's yet to mature or whether it is, the Gandharis, typically the Gandhari, and they've agreed to shut their eyes off as of now. But it's extremely important, like you rightly said, the definition needs to move away from being what it is today of literacy versus, to that of skilled. Completely agree to your point. Another query, please.
Thank you for the session, sir.
I think there's a query. Maybe in that case, we ready to the query or should I close?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you for your time and session, sir. Sir, at the individual level, there are platforms to upskill. At the corporate level, some industries and some corporates are trying to reach out both tier 2 and tier 3. At government level, there are new educational policies, etc. So what do you think the ballpark for the shift from demographic to the talent dividend, the ballpark period?
See, if you look at it, these are desires that I'm talking about. Even if I'm talking about any of these, let's look at the entire thing over here, which is a corporate role. You would not find more than 10% of the corporate seriously investing into it. Sir just spoke about it that my maybe a CFO or a CEO questions on, do I need to invest on people? That's the very primary stage. I'm talking about, forget internal people. I'm talking about external talent altogether. So people who are not yet a part of me, invest in them as a part of your CSR. Far thought away. But yes, all this can happen when government mandates it. Today, what did the government do? If your organization is profitable, X percentage of your profit has to be invested in CSR. However, it could take it 2 steps ahead. It could have said, and X profit of your X percent of your profit has to be invested into CSR, into upskilling. The government did like I said, just an example of 5 simple, interventions by the government. The government also encouraged something called National Skill Academy, whatever, NSAs. Again, with corruption falling in, you have many people opening up the academy, just certifying, letting them go off. We have had ITIs in the country, right? But the problem is, if I'm to find an ITI, there are tons of controls that the government has placed. We have had diplomas in the country for years together. But the problem again over here is that there are tons of labor restrictions that the government has placed. The problem is the moment these restrictions are removed, which again would impact those sitting in those positions and whose pockets might get depleted. I'm sorry for using these harsh words over here, but trust me, this is why, again, I don't lay the entire thing onto the government, because there is a role of corporate as well. It's a complete mind shift change. And so is it for the individual. So all the 3 categories needs to accelerate their thoughts. The government needs to accelerate beliefs. Corporates, the most important thing is to stop working, needs to stop working as competitions. At least to those who are within my supply chain, working as vendors, suppliers, and all to me, and not as direct competition. My direct competition, I might not agree to share my skill sets, my so-called niche skills. But at least to my vendors and suppliers, let us try doing that. If the corporates agree to that, if the corporates start mapping that, then comes that stage where I'll be able to start off with, widening my talent, dividend. Anything else?
Sir, my question is on gender dividend. I can understand like now organizations are driven towards talent, but how or what measures should we take to ensure that the organizations are also having gender on the same part?
Good question. I was expecting this. In fact, I was just interacting with a ma'am, and got to realize that she's been a victim of not having taken advantage of the gender dividend. And honestly, the corporates apparently have realized this in the last few years. At least, if not to generalize, you'd be seeing a lot of discussions happening around gender diversity being acknowledged, DEI, D&I, or whatever you may call so. While being so, simple statistics: 21% of India's population, of the employed India's population is females, right? Now, this being the number, is this good? It is definitely not good. If I'm to look at some more the countries of Southeast, where it's around 67% of the population, employed population, being that of females, so it's definitely not good. However, what would this require? Culture shift, mental blockage, right? So just one example, we are struggling with, so we actually put a target of increasing our gender diversity from 13% in 2017 to 20% by 2022. Ironically, we are still sitting at 17%. We could shift by 4% only. Now, only sounds low, but in terms of quantum, there are almost 200 employees, right? Now, what happens is it's like a reverse bucket. So we actually prepare a D&I strategy where we try to find out why do female leave the corporate world. Females have their own set of different problems which we males don't think of. One, if I am to get married, I would need to depend on where my spouse is operating from, rather than, of course, exceptions exist where the spouse agrees to come in where I'm operating at. So one reason why female might exist. Second, a childbirth. Preparation for childbirth. Then your career, I wouldn't say stagnant, but definitely slows down when there is childbirth. Third, that once somebody is into a little of a middle age, taking care of my old parents. Otherwise, there are clashes at home that who would take care, you or me, right? So there are definitely a lot of reasons why there is a career sorry to use the word stagnation, but it's career slowdown that happens to females, and that is why this DEI is an important factor to focus upon. How would it help the economy? Definitely yes. School में आप ये बताओ कि आप लोग हो ठीक है, टॉप 10 में 60% से ऊपर लड़कियां ही टॉपर आती थी, हाँ या ना? लड़कियां तो हाँ बोलिए, लड़के लोग बोलिए। ठीक है, जितने हाँ हैं जरा हाथ ऊपर करिए, मैं तो हाथ ऊपर कर रहा हूं, राइट? सो दिस इज अ वेरी क्लियर इंडिकेशन। एंड याद रखना, वो लोग रट्टू तोता नहीं थी, राइट? रट्टू तोता हम रहे होंगे। लड़कियां, they were born intelligent, and that is how God has made them. So it's only about appreciating to the fact that when they could grasp that part of it, it's only the environment that is around us which is restricting us from taking it ahead. So it's about social acceptability. I mean, imagine again, Mrs. Nurani, PepsiCo ki jo ex-CEO. So she was lucky enough to have a husband who was taking care of the child. I mean, of their son throughout the life. And that is why we're talking of exception to be quoted. But बाकी exception नहीं है. उनके एक चढ़ने के मतलब against one that success, there are millions of deaths. When I say death of careers. So that is where it is. I think it's a collaborative thing. Organizations are definitely taking up their own interests. I'm sure most of the HR fraternity over here, at least some of the HR fraternity over here, would be having some DI targets. For our organization, it is actually a part of our CEO's KPI, a 10% weightage to it, which impacts my organization's bonus. So, agar DI target achieve nahi hua, where we're talking about not only in terms of 10%, whatever, 11%, 20% females. We're also talking about 15% of female talent. We're talking about 12% as female managers. Amongst the manager population, 12% should be females. So a lot of things around female focus is happening through. And I'm sure many of the organizations will also be happening. I mean, should be going through. Now, where should we end up? It's a desire that we should be somewhere around maybe a 50-50% equal weightage dena chahiye. But is a country, is a society prepared for it? I think we are, you guys are the future for tomorrow. We are there today, maybe on 15-20 years to carry. We all believe in it. Somewhere or the other, we should be contributing towards taking it to reality.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a meaningful and extraordinary session. It's undoubtedly inspirational and excellent food for thought. Let me take this opportunity to thank our audience for their brilliant and thoughtful questions.
It's an absolute pleasure to host Mr. Akshay Kashyap. We would now take this opportunity to felicitate Mr. Kashyap with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Ratna Palluri, the Deputy Director of SIOM, to do the honor. We are delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South and Safe Express. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end of our morning session. Our HR Summit 2022 would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We would like to thank Audi Mumbai South, our official automobile partner, MacBee, our official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, our official youth partner, Udani Bros, our official snacking partner, Startup Talkie, our official outreach partner, ED Times, our official blog partner, Iskia, our official global knowledge partner,
Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Super Smelly, our official gifting partner, Nova Fest and Unstock, our official event listing partner, City Goodies, our official gift hamper partner, DUB, our official media partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, and Absolute Barbecue, our official food partner. We will be having lunch break now shortly. Please wait for 5-10 minutes to network among yourselves. Happy networking. Thank you.
Just checking. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of the final episode of HR Summit 2022 Nashik chapter. We hope you all have enjoyed the lunch. We believe that the previous sessions were engaging and the platform helped us to network amongst ourselves. We would first thank Diksha and Rahul for driving the first half smoothly. On behalf of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, I would like to take the opportunity and thank all of you for your gracious presence in the 14th edition of the annual flagship conclave HR Summit 2022. I, Oyendrila,
and I, Niladri, are incredibly honored to host this session. We owe the success of HR Summit 2022 to our sponsors. It gives me immense pleasure to thank Audi Mumbai South, official automobile partner, NACV, official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, official youth partner, Budhani Bros, official snacking partner, Startup Turkey, official outreach partner, ED Times, official blog partner, VUCA, official global knowledge partner,
Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Super Smelly, our official gifting partner, Nova Fest and Unstop, our official event listing partner, City Goodies, official gift management partner, DU Beat, official media partner, Chef Express, official supply chain partner, and Absolute Barbecue, our official food partner. You can have the best strategy and the best building in the world. But if you don't have the hearts and minds of the people who work with you, none of it comes to life. On this note, we bring an impressive roster of great minds from various domains who would present their insights during the panel discussion on the topic HR and Strategy and Inspired Partnership. We would now like to take the opportunity to introduce our eminent speakers. Introducing the first panelist of the day, Ms. Priyanka Takar. She is seasoned HR professional and has been instrumental in leading several business teams and driving performance and relationship building strategies for her businesses. Ms. Thakur is the talent management and development lead for India at AstraZeneca. She is accountable for delivering strategic HR priorities and leading talent development and learning for all the legal entries and businesses in AstraZeneca India. She partners with the Indian leadership teams in driving the culture of learning, growth agenda, and addressing people issues in building a strong, cohesive, and engaged team. Prior to joining AstraZeneca, she had been associated with Aditya Pillar Fashion and Retail as Head of Talent Management, Organization Effectiveness, and Engagement. During her career, she has created strategies on competitive advantage and unique identity, strategic workforce plans, organizational designs, and compensation. In addition to Aditya Birla, she had been associated with organizations such as Infosys, Bosch, and Danaher. Ms. Priyanka Thakur holds a master's degree in human resource from Goa Institute of Management and has over 15 years of experience. Her life mantra is to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. We are blessed to have you.
I take immense pleasure in announcing the second panelist of the day, Mr. Tirthankar Raichaudhuri. Mr. Raichaudhuri, currently the Vice President of Human Resources at Bennett Coleman and Co. Limited, is an industry veteran with 17 plus years of experience in multiple facets of the HR function. He has led various strategic projects in diverse portfolio of companies, including Raymond's Consumer Care, Kohler&Co, Nestle, Dabur, and Bata. In his tenure, Mr. Raichaudhuri has handled crucial roles like HR leads for commercial function, senior HR BP, sales division, and many more. His area of expertise lies in HR policy, performance and talent management, capability development, employee value proposition, talent acquisition and retention, employee engagement, and rewards and recognition. We're honored to have you on board, sir.
Last but not the least, the third panelist of the day, Mr. Rahul Sinha. Mr. Sinha is a business leader with around 27 years of experience in FMCG and BFSI in sales and marketing. He currently heads the human resource function at Pidilite. He joined Pidilite in 2010 as the president of sales and marketing for the art and stationery business, the division which brings colors to our lives with products like hobby ideas and Febicryl. He has been instrumental in driving the business growth, helping the business achieve a threefold growth from 2010 to early 2017. He has been involved with establishing Pidilite's flagship offering in the handicraft segment, Febicryl fabric glue in India and neighboring SAARC markets. Under his leadership, Pidilite's e-commerce business in hobby retailing was conceptualized and executed. In the last 5 years as CHRO of Pidilite Industries, his core responsibilities have been around talent management, employee engagement, and institutionalizing HR practices across Pidilite Industries and its domestic and international subsidiaries and joint ventures. He's a postgraduate from IIM Bangalore and a BTech from IIT ISM Dhanbad. It is a pleasure to have you with us, sir.
I extend a warm welcome to the speakers. This session will be moderated by Dr. Vandana Sonwane. Dr. Sonwane is the founding member and director of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. Dr. Vandana shifted to academics 27 years back with 12 years of corporate experience in electronics, FMCG, and service sectors with profiles in brand liquidation, logistics service enhancement, SNOP, supply chain management, and consulting. Dr. Sonwane is a recipient of the Distinguished Service Award for her contribution to fostering management research. She received the Indian Leadership Award for Education Excellence by All India Achievers Foundation, New Delhi, and the Outstanding B-School Director Award in 2019. She is currently on the CII Maharashtra Task Force for Manufacturing and Innovation, and she is also on the National Advisory Board of SME Chamber of India. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. This panel discussion will be of 35 minutes and the forum will be open to 10 minutes of Q&A for the delegates. I would encourage the delegates to put forward their questions by raising their hands. Now I request Dr. Vandana Sonwane to start with the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, check. Very good afternoon to all of you. Very good afternoon to all of you. So as the cliche statement goes, for anyone who speaks after lunch, it's going to be very challenging for all of you to keep awake. Is that so? Absolutely, yeah. So of course, it's the post-lunch session, the panel discussion, and also it's the last session of the HR summit in this particular slab of time. But we are going to make it very interesting. I'm sure all my co-panelists have a lot of things up their sleeve to wake the audience with harsh realities and also some of the wonderful experiences that they have had. So I'm very delighted to have a very illustrious panel here to talk on this subject or the topic HR and strategy and inspired partnership. I was wondering what inspired the HR team to come out with this topic. And I applaud to their inspiration because this is the topic that we need to talk on. We have been hearing since last yesterday morning, about so many things related to HR and strategy. Yeah. I think this is going to be like a culmination of all the thoughts and experiences that people have shared with us, and of course, some great value additions coming here on. We have panelists from, I have a very diverse sector of panelists here, and I feel very blessed because they're going to bring out a lot of those orientations in these discussions. It will be very interesting to listen to them. So yesterday morning, we started with a quote from Zig Ziglar stating that you don't build organizations. You build people, and it's the people that build their organizations. Yeah. If this is so, also another saying that businesses create value and deliver value. Yeah. Actually, who creates the value? Who delivers the value? Who services the value post-delivery? Everything is about people there. And hence, the proposition here is that if it has to be a strategy for the business or at a corporate level, why should HR be just a facilitator or just an enabler and not really be the soul of that strategy? So our discussions are going to center around these two words, HR and strategy, or HR strategy, or HR as a strategy. And let's wait to hear from the panelists here. We will also surf through some of the other important aspects related to these areas. So my first question is to all of you, and maybe you all can answer one by one. Decades of research has already shown that robust human resource management practices lead to higher business growth rates. Yeah, it has been proved actually. HR functions have begun to play a heightened and a very strategic role. We all accept that now. What do you feel should be the real orientations towards HR? You know, how do you remain relevant with focus on the overall strategies, at the same time supporting the function also? So I want to know from you, what do you, in your view, where is the place for HR in the strategy? Priyanka or yeah, Rahul?
Sure. First and foremost, thank you so much, Dr. Vanna. Amazing topic to be discussing on a Saturday post-lunch session. And if you're planning to sleep, you're going to miss something that would come back and haunt you 10 years later. This is for the students. For my colleagues from the industry, I'm sure you're not going to sleep because this is just too important. I believe that strategy, when you start writing it, any real business person would be very acutely aware of where is the HR talent today. Because strategies are worth nothing if they cannot be executed. And therefore, execution is the key to strategy. Enough number of business heads have gone gray and bald, struggling with this. I haven't yet, so thankfully, I think I must be doing some right things. So the issue remains of that interesting question where you said, where is HR in this entire subject? I think at the decision-making table. As you decide what you want to do, you look at various things, but the most important thing that any business head would do would be to to figure out how can I leverage the talent that I have to the fullest. That's my view.
Priyanka, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rahul. Before I get into that, I would like to start with purpose, the purpose of an organization. There are many organizations I have worked with, and the organizations has purpose like, Bosch had invented for life. Danaher had helping realize life's potential. And the organization that I currently work for, AstraZeneca, it has what science can do for patients, for society, and for humankind as a whole. So I think from purpose, it's very, very important to understand the purpose of an organization, because most of its strategic vision, values, goals will be derived from there. Once you have understood the purpose, then the strategic direction of the organization or aspiration of the organization becomes clear. Now, when we generally hear the word strategy, especially the 3-year strategy or 5-year strategy of an organization, the words that come to our mind are growth initiatives. What's the growth percentage going to be like, right? Maybe the market share, what kind of innovative products, what kind of uncharted territory that you would like to enter. But you will see, if you deeply observe, that there are a lot of softer aspects which have entered now strategy. Couple of them, inclusion and diversity. There are organizations who want to talk about inclusion and diversity, not only because it's a good thing to speak about, it's definitely a good thing to speak about, but it also makes business sense because you want to create an innovative organization, isn't it? The second one that we hear a lot is, how can I build, the culture of lifelong learning agility in the organization? Because once you are learning-wise agile, you will have a deep understanding of how to sense the opportunities in the market, right? And then we hear about sustainability. Now, when I hear these softer aspects of strategy, HR definitely has a role to play. For example, if you want to create a culture of inclusion and diversity, you will speak about collaboration as a competency, collaboration mindset, right? You will speak about conflict management as a competency, and competency development definitely is HR topic. If you look at lifelong learning, it's the different dimensions of learning, either through, you all would have heard 70-20-10, right? Through experience, exposure, and education that I learned. So when I look at these things, I definitely feel that HR has a very strong role to play, or I can say that HR strategy is now very strongly ingrained into the organization strategy. Look at startup, Anuja was speaking about it yesterday, that how, startups from brilliant basics to ramp up, they have to work towards, and she is part of almost all the financial making decisions, because it's about, the sacred P&L that you talk about in our startup. Just to conclude, when you read about strategy academically also, there are two theories in it. In the morning, I wrote it down. So there's a theory that says dynamic capability, and then there is a theory called resource-based theories. So in dynamic capability, it tells you that, how continuous evolution of an organization is important to sense opportunities in the market. So the things that I spoke about hints at this theory of strategy. Resource-based theory tells you, how will you ensure that your resources give you competitive advantage, right? So what is a competitive advantage? In my line of work, I feel patent is a competitive advantage. So how, as an HR person, you'll create that culture that people will put discretionary efforts to create patents, and hence contribute to the organization. So that's,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, hello. Yeah, so I would like to give you an example, and from an organization point of view, so that you can relate how HR plays an important role in a organization strategy. For example, BCCL, Bennett and Coleman, is primarily a core sprint, but we are also diversifying into digital. What is the strategy right now? AG to AP. AG is audacious goal. There are certain goals. So means organization transformation. ARC is audience across platform. So right now, first coming to the consumer need. Consumer would like to read content across platform, not only print. So we are diversifying, and we are the most credible news company in the in India, and we would be giving content across platform. So what is important is that how do we bring about the change? How it is, first is the mindset change. And that is what we are driving across functions. And that is a critical role that the organization has to play. See, right now, it is very, very important to drive organization agility. If you see Fortune 500 companies, the average tenure of Fortune 500 companies have reduced from 35 years to 18 years. 70% of the Fortune 500 companies does not exist because consumer needs, consumer behaviors are changing. And if an organization is not agile, they would not be able to sustain. So the agility is very, very important, and HR has a critical role in terms of the transformation and managing the change. And first important is the mindset change, and also how to understand, work with the business to make the organization future fit. Until unless you make the organization future fit, you would not be able to understand and survive in the future. So that's from my side.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
If you actually just see, we brought two very critical part of the strategy on table: purpose, and we very clearly brought the mindset. The third piece that hasn't come on table, but we have all three been talking about it, is the culture. This is the three things basis which you will design the strategy. And that's why organization A versus organization B, same industry, would have different strategies. So, and these are all HR subjects on a daily basis. How are you shaping identity? How are you influencing purpose? And how do you do that with the culture? So I actually believe we do a discredit to ourselves many a times by simplifying and believing HR is a function. HR is too important a subject to be left to the HR function.
Absolutely.
HR is something that has to be done by every single person. So just wanted to add that.
Absolutely, yeah. HR is not just HR's job, it's everyone's job. And not just a job, I think everyone's focus. That's what we are here for.
I would like to add, see, from the, right now, we have just come out from the difficult pandemic. How HR played an important role to sustain the organization. We have ensured that we have come out of the choppy waters. We have ensured safety for the employee, well-being of the employee. And then again, the growth trajectory is different. Business has again taken off, and the demands of the business is very different. So we have played a very, very critical role during this point in time, and we have gained immense trust from the employees itself as an HR fraternity. I think the juncture has been very, very critical, and also the way we are supporting the growth trajectory that after the COVID.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the success of organizations that have handled COVID or traversed through COVID successfully, every inch of that success goes to HR people. Can we have a big round of applause once for HR? Thank you. And we were talking about the turbulent times that every one of us faced. So Priyanka, my question to you is, in such turbulent times or times of uncertainties, you know, we all have core values of our organizations. I always say that strategy is an consequence of a core value coming from a particular vision. In such times, turbulent times, how does, and when a business has to commit to certain core values like transparency, integrity, and other things, how can we see increase in employee trust, productivity, innovation? What do you do to stick to these core values in such times? I think it's a core of every HR person or every employee.
Ma'am, you used a very big word called trust, right? It's a very intangible thing. And when you think deeply about it, you will realize that trust is never an input. It's always an output. What I mean is that because somebody behaves in a certain way, that they can garner trust from me. It's always that thought, right? It's never that I trust them and hence they behave, or hence I'm okay with that. It's never like that. If you do deep psychological understanding. Now, keeping that in mind, turbulent times or otherwise also, a lot of time, the management principles, they come back to very simple things, right? Like in life, first thing is communication. How are the communication channels in your organization? Whether you speak about all hands meet, whether you speak about one-on-one conversations, focus group discussions, there are forums where leaders sit and talk about that, you can ask me anything. That's what they tell the employees. And I'm here to answer. So the first thing is that, especially during turbulent times, there's nothing called over communication. The more you communicate, the better it is. Let's take the example of goals and, what in turbulent times or otherwise, what are the goals of the organization? You would like to paint the picture to the last mile in your organization, how he or she is contributing to the larger picture, right? It's very, very important. Or if we are taking a strategic shift or we are introducing a new product, then how it is going to benefit and what's my role in that. If you don't do that, if you do not communicate, there will always be some other parallel communication that will happen and will hamper the culture. So that's the first thing. Basically, if I have to summarize the first point, it's like, why do I do what I do? The why behind it. And is it well understood, at all levels? Now let's go a little deeper and become a little pragmatic, from philosophical stand, let's go a little deeper. The second question that we should look at answering, and not only as an HR person, you all will, in your respective field tomorrow become managers, the students. The second point you have to remember is that you have to convey it very clearly to the employee, what's in it for me to contribute to the larger goals, right? It can be a total reward. It can be a very strong incentivization policy, right? Or it can be empowering their career. How will it benefit me if I contribute to the goal? So first is the larger philosophical stand that, what is the larger purpose? Second one is benefit. The third very important aspect, and I think we'll discuss about it even more, is there are moments in my life as an employee where I'm unable to give consistently high performance. It can be so that as a female, I have to take a career break because, I'm expecting a child. It can be like, I think Akshay mentioned that, at certain stage, you need to give care to your elderly parents, right? So what kind of a flexibility environment or psychological safety that the organization has created, equitable policies organization has created, what's the talk of the leadership? All these play a lot of role in creating trust, which in turn will fuel productivity and other things that we spoke about. That's the only way you can expect people to put discretionary efforts. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you. Big words explained in very simple and pragmatic terms, I must say. So Rahul, we want to hear from you about your experiences, because you've traveled through so many domains and, have come now into HR. What has been your experiences of, how organizations get HR into a strategy?
Sure. Dr. Vanna, insecurity, I think, is the mother of all problems that start, and trust is how you finally resolve them. I have seen most managers, whether they are finance or marketing or sales or operation, they start their career first wanting to prove to the rest of the world that they are amazing people, and then they get lost somewhere in trying to prove they are great performers. And for no rhyme or reason, we have this thing possibly deeply ingrained in early childhood that race अगर हो रही है तो आपको first आना है. तो अगर आप किसी list में third पे हो तो you want to go to second, then you want to go to the first.
Only first is good.
Yeah, and only first actually has run the race. Rest everybody was basically trying to make him first. So they ran a bit slower. Now, starting with that mindset, you will have a lot of insecurity in the system. which is where great companies are different than the other companies. The great companies build a culture which gives us comfort very early in the career of a manager that this is not how you run the race. That we don't want any stars. We want a great team. In the 4 organizations that I have worked, I've always had the top man say this in some language or the other. And the one that I have always remembered is this: we don't want Maradona, we want Argentina. You know, so we don't want that magic. We really want people who collaborate and work together. And I think if that is how you start building talent very early, you're setting a culture and you're enabling your strategies in a very different way. So all my life, 22 years when I was running business, and I have handled all roles that are possible in a business hierarchy, the single thing that I learned is how to build great teams. And my respect for the HR community started very early because I realized it is one of the toughest things to do. Because to make a great team, you have to manage egos, you know, and put 4 people in one place and then send a guy with 4 glasses of water, and the poor guy is thinking which one to give water first. You know, the ego equation has started on something as simple as that. Now imagine this happening at appraisal, imagine this happening at promotion. So it's going to be a huge hodgepodge. Somehow the HR guys always kept smiling and kept doing and kept listening and kept going. And I realized that this is a tough job. I also realized very early in my career that this is something I want to get good at. Because what I realized was that businesses basically ran on 3 elements: technology, brands, and people. If you didn't have technology, you hardly had any game. If you had technology but didn't have brands, somebody else was doing better than you. But even if you had both of them and you didn't have good people, you will struggle to get it to the market. And to make one good person is a lot of effort. So if you ask me, when I finally got the opportunity to raise my hand and say, I want to take HR, and somebody was willing to take that risk with me, I consider that to be the turning point of my life, not just my career. Because over the last 5 years, I'm learning those skills which I can actually give to my children. Forget about the business, forget about my career. I want my children to be better people. And I think if you actually understood how to think from the other guy's place, 90% of HR is done. Sadly, some of my colleagues in HR also don't do that because they are too task oriented. कि मुझे तो ये फाइल 10 बजे बंद करके भेजनी है. They are trying to rush through the job. And I always tell my HR colleagues that, you know, for you, the constant is not time. For you, the constant is trust. So I love your first question on trust. And Priyanka, hats off, what an answer on trust. If I wish I could record it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those personal experiences also. So I will turn to Tirthankar now. When people in organization do not understand why they are executing a strategy, most of the times, because we have big organizations, you know, and there is a strategy coming from the top and we are all expected to implement it. When this is the situation, or they have had no involvement in the creation of that particular strategy, it should not surprise that things don't work because there's no involvement, you know. How can inclusion, also diversity, and I would like you not to limit diversity to gender and this and that. I'm talking of a larger landscape here. How would it help to deliver successful strategies See, because customers want to evolve with a brand whose products and services give their business or life a meaning. I'm sure we are not, we have evolved as customers, right? We don't use brands just for the sake of using a product or a functionality. We evolve and we give it a meaning to our life. Yeah. So how does these two things, diversity, inclusion, really work on this particular?
Yeah. So diversity, inclusion, I will just come back. But when you talk about how does strategy and execution of that is important and it does not break. So first I would say, how do you articulate the organization purpose? For us, our purpose is to give credible content to readers. That is our purpose. And what we do is that we articulate the strategy and communicate to people. And as an organization, if you see, we are a very empowered organization. So Times Group have about 35 companies, smaller companies. And every function and every A is completely empowered to drive their own strategy altogether. But what we do is that we do a very good goal setting exercise. Goal setting exercise in terms of the OSM model. And we do a complete cascading of that. And see, very important, because you have to also understand the context. Right now, we are in a hybrid ecosystem where some of the people are working from office, some of the people are working from home. At this point of time, giving clarity to people of what they are delivering and how it is adding up to the organization objective is very, very critical. And we have invested significantly on this, but at the same time, we also worked on how to do continuous performance conversation. Continuous performance conversation is very, very critical from a hybrid ecosystem. And it is not that I do an objective setting in the beginning of the year and have a conversation in the mid of the year and the end of the year. So that is also what we have invested. Yes, in terms of that, diversity and inclusion is a heart of what we do, because it brings in different diverse perspectives, ideas, because we as an organization is very high on innovation. And that is why the freedom of speech and sharing point of views are very, very critical from our organization success. So there are various platforms for innovation that we drive. And since we are market leaders, we have a couple of examples that we have seen and which have helped the industry to grow.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just think, again, I think you should have 4 people because the 4th perspective is getting missed somewhere.
I don't mind having 2 Rahuls in this panel. Please go ahead.
I think the link between inclusion, diversity, and trust is the active listening piece.
Yeah.
Culturally and by experience, most leaders develop this over a period of time. Human beings learn it with age. But if you start listening well, the inclusion will be happening without you actually trying too hard at it. Diversity is again becoming a race. And I don't know whether that's the great idea. India per se is a fairly diverse country. Multiple language, multiple culture. If we just represented India, we are diverse enough. So I take comfort from that. Gender diversity is of course very important, and we must reflect that, especially given the fact that India started on this agenda much late. So there's a country thing as well. And I'm a great believer of the fact that if you cannot bring the consumer on the table, you have a problem. And I haven't found any category where the consumer is not women. All decision-making women are involved. If you want to buy a car and you don't ask your wife, so you have a problem. If you want to paint the house and you don't ask your mother, you have a problem. Yeah, so women are always involved. So getting the consumer on the decision-making table is important. The listening piece is the one missing link. So I would like the students to carry that back. That the key to strategy is to get that listening piece as an active culture. As managers, develop that trait. Unfortunately, you believe you are in a group discussion to speak. Want to win that game? Learn the art of listening. You will build upon somebody else's point, and that typically carries more weight. So back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Priyanka, just a different question here, actually. It is found that 78% of the reasons that employees quit can be prevented by their employers. Yeah. And naturally, career development has an as a top reason probably there. But I'm wondering that promotion opportunities cannot be produced for everyone every time. Yeah. So there are some hard career advancements, as we always say, like pay rises, this, that. But there are also soft opportunities, or I would say progressions. What is your say on that? How do we really change this picture of, managing people there?
It's a very good question. And a lot of my thoughts got triggered when Rahul, at the beginning, when we were chatting, he was sharing an experience of hiring a middle manager. So in the last 5 years, we all were at the cusp of trying to understand how careers are changing. Let's take a traditional to current outlook. So traditionally, there was just one path forward in rising in career, and that was vertical, right? Now, most of the successful people, if you go to their career documentary on LinkedIn, including Rahul's, you will see that they have taken lot of enriching lateral experiences, right? Why? Because now careers are no longer ladders, they are jungle gym. That means that, you have to go diagonal, go down, maybe go up, and that's how you reach to the zenith. So that's the first thing that I would like you to think, that how do I not only go for promotions, but I go for experiences and meaningful experiences. Especially because most of you, from my experience, will be trying for a general management role after completing 10 years or so in the corporate world. So that's the first thing. Second, promotions per se have become passé because you promote somebody from assistant manager to deputy manager, but you do not make any job enrichment. Within 6 months, I guarantee the person will come back and tell you what has changed in my life. Just changed my designation. So what does it tell you? That, from a designation-based approach, we have moved to a role-based approach. That means, what is the weight in my role? What kind of decisions am I allowed to take? What's the scope of my impact? And that is why you will see people making, people from established, plush, cushioned jobs in large organizations are moving to startup. Why? Because they're going for experiences. They're not going for designations. They're going to create something meaningful and in turn have, experiences for themselves. And the harness the power of the role of creating an organization from the scratch. The adrenaline rush is different, right? So that's how people are looking at careers. There's a huge need to also go for a T-shaped career. The moment you are specialized in one and you have experiences of multiple things, there is no way that there will be a stopping to a career. There are few things that, these are the things that organizations are now looking at. They look for people who are risk takers with their career. And they believe in the organization and they feel that if I take this risk, this is how I can propel my career. So, and then there are multiple opportunities. It's not only about saying that do your current role. If I'm a talent management person, I do not want to really do a compensation role deeply, but I want to have an aspect of compensation understanding in my current role. Then I'm allowed to do a stretch assignment in that, department. For that, AstraZeneca has been a wonderful, refreshing experience for me because in many organizations, I do not see this uptake very easily, but it's part of the culture where almost every top talent does this stretch assignment. So these are the few ways that, meaningfully we can create careers and talent in the organization.
A quick question to Rahul, because we have you know, there's so much of things happening in this HR, I would say life cycle, right from recruitment to resignations and everything. Every day we hear about it. We also hear about the metrics of post-COVID resignations and all that. In such a scenario, and because we are talking to students who are going to be joining the companies very shortly, I want to know from you, how do you as a HR or as a strategy, I would say, forecast the talent recruitment? What would be your forecast now for the future, 2 years or so?
It's a tough one. And if I actually figured it out, I would be earning millions. Unfortunately, I haven't, but I have some ideas. First thing that we have tried to do is to slice and dice data information as much as we could. But the real insights are when you started talking to people. And what I am realizing is that a lot of people, as they have come back after COVID, they are releasing the pause button on their life. You know, they were stuck and they were very worried. They actually didn't know whether they could take risk. So they didn't resign. They just went at it. They just endured. So we have quickly tried to correct that and started spending a lot of time giving people the opportunity to vent out the frustration, to vent out the pressure. Just this helped us reduce attrition. Can you believe it? We are not changing salaries. We're just allowing people to speak. You know, we went to, so I convinced my MD and I said, you have to travel. You come with me, I will take you to different cities. And he has been very gracious and he has gone all around the country. And we would sit in events and we would have managers. They don't want answers to questions. They just want to ask the question.
This is so important.
So big difference. So that's one. Tell people to speak, and you don't need to say I have all the answer, but you need to be genuine to them. Whatever you can answer, please answer. Rest you note down, come back and think what you can do about it. The second thing is, people have actually replanned their life. You know, people have reimagined their life. They want to do different things. Many of them want to take a break. Some want to learn new skills. Now you have to be ready to accommodate that wish. You know, so we actually need to spend money for it. You know, a lot of people said, are we being held for ransom? We're not being held for ransom. You know, just imagine that your son came from hostel. You're going to cook for him. You will cook all his meals in 3 days, right? Is he holding you for ransom? No, you're doing it out of love. So if you do love your employees, if you do care for them, you have to do something special right now. It's that special phase which is going on. But according to me, all this will end. What shouldn't end is the care quotient that rose in the industry. Because that, after a long time, I have seen conversations around care. नहीं तो meeting start होती थी, हाँ क्या हाल है, how is everything, everybody is fine, all right, let's get on. Now people are taking that care and it's because they have themselves felt the pain. You know, so more human has come back in the equation.
Wonderful. I think we also remember yesterday talking about these two things, skill quotient and care quotient. So what's required what will be required in the future skills are more about these two things. Wonderful. So we are of course short of time. I wish I could go on and on, but all of them have to catch flights later. But one parting shot from all of you to all my students here. What is it? What is that piece of wisdom you would like to give them as an HR expert, as a person who really understands people so well? Maybe a 1 or 2 liner.
Yeah. So Tirthankar at the very beginning yesterday said that let's make it very application oriented for the students. So here are my 2 cents. First of all, like Rahul mentioned, I believe every manager is an HR manager. Whether you are an operations manager, you are a sales manager, you should never ever think that I'm an operations guy, what do I have to do about HR? Don't do that. Because all these nuggets that you hear, learn, or read from the public domain will come handy when you become manager. And that's a true parameter of success. The second point is do well in your functions as much as you know, as much as you go deep into your function, that's a hygiene factor, right? That you have to do well in your functions. Be honest about it. The third point I would say, we don't speak about it a lot, but it's very, very important to have integrity in the workplace, to have the right set of values and stand up for it, right? It's with education, if you can't do it, your education is meaningless, actually. You should feel more empowered to do it. And keep these fit for future skills, because every 3 years, the skills are changing. So if you do not have an eye on the future, you will become redundant very soon. These are the few nuggets that, I would like to share. Thank you.
Wonderful. Lovely, lovely, lovely one. And your jungle gym is going places now. Yes, yes. I want to carry it back. I have two very simple advice. Speak less, listen more. That's my first advice to every management graduate, not just in SIOM, everywhere. If you listen more, you will learn more. As simple as that. The second one is observe your mother. She is the best manager around. Okay, she has been managing this since the time you didn't even know you existed. Okay, she learns skills. She figures out everything. She is completely upskilled, boss. Yeah, the child becomes a teenager. She figures out what is happening on Google, what is happening on Facebook. She starts figuring that out. The child becomes a doctor. She starts figuring out which hospital he goes to, what risk he is exposed to, what is the thing that he has to eat. The child falls ill. She figures out what will she require, what kind of medicine to give. The mom is the best manager. Just two advices. Speak less, listen more, and observe your mom.
Great, great. As they say, you can't see the thing closest to your eye, which is your eyelids. Mother has been so close to us, and we hardly look at her as one of the most or fantastic manager. Thank you so much for that thought. Tirthankar, over to you.
One is definitely understanding the subject is very critical. Second, from a leadership point of view, and which is very, very important for future success as a leader, would be empathy. Because the more you empathize and understand the other person, you will be able to relate, and also you will be able to build a very high performing team where you have authentic conversation and build a relationship of trust. Difficult to do, but if you can do, and if you can build a high performing team, you can achieve any success. Tremendous success you can do if you build high performing team. And these are the basic foundation of building a high performing team from a leadership point of view. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to Priyanka, Rahul, and Tirthankar. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was a good panelist because I spoke less. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You kept the best job to yourself.
That was indeed an engaging session with significant and mesmerizing takeaways. I thank the panelists and the moderator for delivering an insightful session. I would kindly request the panelists and the moderator to stand up for a group photo. We would take a moment now to felicitate the guests. Ms. Priyanka Takar, Mr. Tithankar Rai Chaudhary, and Mr. Rahul Sinha with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Vandana Sonwani to do the honor. We are delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South and Safe Express. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to have your seats.
Every problem is a gift. Without problems, we would not grow. With this lovely verse from Tony Robbins, we will move on with our final keynote session. We are pleased to invite Lieutenant Colonel Alok Kumar Das for the keynote session address on leadership in crisis. Lieutenant Colonel Alok comes with 20 plus years of diverse leadership experience spanning over army and corporate. He has handled many leadership assignments in counterterrorism, field, and peace. He has been a board member and personality assessor in Tri-Services Selection Board. In corporate life, he also handled various leadership roles in manufacturing, IT, and pharma industries, wherein he worked towards many transformational projects and complete HR governance. Lieutenant Colonel Alok is a motivational speaker, leadership development coach, and cultural transformer. He's currently working in Brinton Pharmaceutical Limited as Chief People Officer. Lieutenant Colonel Alok is an alumnus of IIM Indore, University of Pune, CUSAT, JNU, and the prestigious Military Academy. Check. SIOM extends a hearty welcome to you, sir. The session will be continued for 25 minutes and followed by a 5 minutes of Q&A. I would encourage delegates to ask questions by raising their hands. Without a further delay, I now request Lieutenant Colonel Alok Kumar Dash to take over and lead us ahead. Sir, the stage is all yours.
No. Quick check. In fact, am I audible to all? Quick check. In fact, am I audible to all? Good afternoon, everyone, once again. I know I'll be. Thank you. I know I'm standing between you and the post, culmination bar, what you talk about. But then I'll try and do justice that you guys don't sleep and you guys will have an interesting time for next 30 minutes that we have. Fine. Indeed, first of all, it is a matter of esteemed pride for me to be a part of such a vibrant group of students from SIOM Pune. I just go a little back to my association with SIOM because when I was a part of Tata Cummins, probably I mentored some of your alumni, and that gives me additional comfort to come here and share my experiences in form of number of stories, anecdotes. At the end of the day, I'll try and make it as interesting as possible. But before I begin, just a disclaimer, all these stories, anecdotes are mine. These are my stories. Each one present out here will have a different and a better stories to present. But this is where something, my stories, I have experienced it myself or through in some other way, which will be more relevant to the topic. Okay. Yes. Once again, before I begin, I must tell you that I come from the, can you just remove this? Thank you. So as you know, all of you know that I come from the armed forces background. Now, many of the speakers have spoken in the past, yesterday and today. And just now, Mr. Rahul is speaking, Priyanka was speaking. HR is not left only to HR function. Rather, every role that you get into, element of HR will always come in place. Now, why do I say so? Because in armed forces, whenever we join and we take up responsibility at any level, we are not HR managers, we are not operation managers, we are not supply chain managers. We simply head smaller to the larger unit. That means when you head 50, 100, 200, 300, 500,000 people at any point in time, you are end-to-end responsible for everything. When I say everything, that means every single aspect of a life, and HR is an integrated part. Therefore, I will not speak much about different functions and aspects of HR, which has been spoken so much. I will rather focus my talk to the leadership, and specifically in leadership when we are in crisis. How does it contribute to you all? What you should take away? How functioning in the crisis, what kind of crisis that can come into, and what should and how should you perform and how should you do and be functional there, fine? I again take you back to my journey. You can see the photograph, probably the transformation from a military officer, an army officer to a corporate leader here. But I'll just tell you, when you talk about crisis, and I'll just go a step ahead or below what you say, when you talk about crisis, the immediate outcome of the crisis is fear. The moment it's crisis that we experience ever in life, the first thing that comes into our head is like, and heart is fear. And that is something natural. Many of us can even think of that fear is not good. But let me just tell you, it's not good. It's good. Why it is good? Because as emotions are there with you, fear is there with you. If you do not have fear, fear is something that keeps you going always. That keeps you keeping yourself safe and taking multiple decisions. It could be subconscious minded decision. It could be based on certain rational. But at the end of the day, based on the consequences that you can perceive, you always take certain decision. Therefore, it is not the fear what matters most. In the crisis, what matters most is that how you manage that fear. And if you know that fear at certain point in time affects adversely to you. And if you know varieties of fears, you are well prepared in the crisis, and therefore you manage crisis in that way. I'll just share my examples of fear. It could be when I joined the military academy. Before that, I was a college student. We call it Colgate at point in time. Straight away from the college, I landed in the academy. And when in the academy, I thought probably I'm one of those stud because I was very good in physicals and I was a sportsman here and there. But what happened next was really surprising. Within 48 hours, I understood things are not as similar as things are not same and as simple as I think of. I was put to a test which is called 2.4 kilometers run. The pass timing was around 12 minutes. And believe you me, I failed despite of being such a good sportsman in the past, but I failed in the test. Then a couple of days down the line, I was taken to swimming. I was a dead sinker and I was made to swim in the deep end, and I somehow struggled to, escape from there. All this put fear in me. And then I realized this military academy is not for me. And when you have this fear, which builds one or the other, the uncertainty prevailed. And what was the uncertainty that I was going through at that point in time? The uncertainty was that I will not be able to complete the training. What will I show? What will I show to my parents? What will I show to my friends? That, oh, this training is so tough that you cannot even do it. But then somehow things didn't go well, and I was about to give up. And when you say about to give up, if I tell you the typical routine that happens in the military academy, it is like after sleepless or intermittent sleep that you get in the night, you get up in the morning at around 5 o'clock, all ordeal that starts, you go for a physical training, then you come back, change your dress, go for a drill basically at that point in time. And all these are very fast paced. After that, when you come back, 9 o'clock, you have to be in the class. So 9 o'clock, if you have to be in the class, it's not 9, it's like 8:50 you have to be in the class, because then the report goes that you are not here. So 8 o'clock, you come back from the drill, you have 50 minutes window. In that, you have to bath, you have to do the daily routine, then you have to go back to the mess, you have to follow all sort of mess table and manners, and then you have to be in the class also. And imagine what is more, first 20 minutes will be eaten by your seniors because they will go and take their bath and do this first. You have to wait till then. And so your entire time is curtailed by 20 minutes less. And next 10 minutes, you quickly do and finish everything. Then you rush back to the mess. And in mess, when you reach there, you have to follow a lot of table manners. And the moment you commit one mistake here and there, your seniors will punish you. And what kind of punishment at the mess table that you can have? They can make you drink 3 glasses of three jugs of water, and number of other punishment. And imagine in that scenario, in that fast-paced scenario, one fine morning at 8 o'clock, I came back. And all this was going on that I failed in my swimming, I failed in the 2.4 kilometer test, and I was struggling with everything, and I thought I'll give it up. So the moment I landed in my room, I had my fellow cadet, and just mind you, when I saw a movie long back, and in that movie, the word gentleman cadet was used for somebody, and that attracted me quite a lot, gentleman cadet. Now here I was understanding what this cadet and gentleman cadet mean for. So the fellow cadet, he asked me, are you not going to the mess today to have breakfast? And I said, no, I am just simply resigning. I'm withdrawing. I left my corporate career. I was placed in good AC environment and probably, leaving that, I have come here. So I think that was good for me. I'm not going. And then this person who was sitting and he asked me, he said, do you know how many people appear for this combined defense services test every year in the written? And I said a few lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs like that. And then he says, how many of them they clear the written, go for a service selection board interview and qualify? I say hardly 5 to 6%. And then he says, see, you are one of those 5 to 6% who landed here in the academy. And then you are about to don the uniform few months down the line, and still you are giving up. And then he went on to say that how many officers, how many cadets in the past have qualified this, passed out from the academy and become an officer? And I said, maybe 40,000. And he says, you could be one of them, provided you don't give up today. That was the fear at that point in time, but something stuck here. But still, I was not convinced. I did not go to breakfast, but I landed in the class. I somehow didn't resign. I went to the class. Somehow the day went, and then in the night, I was talking to my father after waiting for a long queue in the PCO because there was no mobile, nothing. So my turn came at 12:30 in the night. Somehow I managed to sacrifice my sleep and talk to my father. And when I talked to my father also brought out one thing. He says, it's okay if you cannot cope up with the training. He did not give me any pressure. But he says, remember in life, always, when you will come back, you will always think in life, opportunity was there with you, time was there with you, and you missed it out. So if you're ready to accept that fact, something that can give you pride forever in future, and if you're ready to accept that, if you go back to your college, if you go back to your friends and say, oh, it's okay, I could not complete the training. And if you're ready, mentally, if you're ready to accept that, you come back, there's no problem. Now here something happened really bad. It's like something stuck here. And I thought, now come what may, everybody is expecting. I cannot tell myself ever in life that either I give up or I could not complete the training. Fine. Now, whether it's a life or death, I'll stay here only. That was the day I made my decision. That was the day I overcome my fear. And next day I was jumping from 5 meters or 7 meters in the swimming pool, again trying to, kind of drowning here and there. But this is somewhere I kind of conquered my fear. I acted upon my fear, and that continued for a long time. And today I don't regret that. Why did I pass out from there, and why did I take the decision? Now, why I'm mentioning that is because that is where I started learning that, okay, fear is something that will be there every moment of your life. From there, every single day, every single time that you take on responsibility, the fear and crisis will keep on coming to you. All you are required to do it, to tune your mind, to overcome that fear, and to function in that crisis situation. With that, then something else was ahead. Now, the training completed, and somewhere I passed out. And when I passed out, the 2 words from my father on the passing out day, that was one of the golden moments and probably one of the best moments that I can have, and anyone can have, that the parents, they pip you there and they make you an officer of the Indian Army. But my father said that simple day. He said, welcome to the responsibility. He said, now people will look up to you for every single responsibility. Never shy away with the taking responsibility, assuming responsibility. Fine. And when you assume responsibility, the responsibility will not let you sleep. So make this as a habit. These are the 2 words, that 2 statements from my father. With that, I went all across till date in various roles and responsibilities. And believe you me, every responsibility, the number of crisis condition, crisis situation that came in, and all those crisis situations taught me something or the other. And with that, I learned the basic tenets of functioning in crisis that I'll be talking even more. Something that is getting comfortable with this uncomfortable. Every time you become uncomfortable in life, but you have to get used to it. I am going to share you one instance. One instance. This is a complete story, which is a real story. Probably you might not have heard it. Everybody must have watched a number of movies like Sher Shah, Laksh, where a lot of battle stories and everything is depicted in a beautiful manner. And you get the gist out of it as to how does the entire terrorism and the battle that goes on. But this is a story which is a real story. You will not find it anywhere. This is my story. On 2nd of October 2007, in the morning at around 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the morning, it was on Sunday, the bell rang, the telephone rang, and I picked up. And typically Sunday morning, you tend to be a little relaxed, get up a little late. Even though, in the field area, there's nothing called Saturday and Sunday, but still you tend to relax and get up a little late. But 6 o'clock in the morning, telephone rang, and I picked up. The first word I heard was, ki sab contact ho gaya. Now, for all of you, you understand, Colonel Sur is sitting here, he'll understand what does it mean by contact ho gaya. To make one operation successful in the theater of war, or maybe in anti-terrorism, you have to conduct 100, 150 operations. The probability is that if you conduct 100 operations, if you go for 100 odd operations, 1 or 2 would become successful. But then to make 2 operations successful, you really have to go for this 100 times again and again. And you wish that you get in contact with the terrorists. Contact means that means bullet is now fired. Fine. Now you understand that, okay, terrorists are there. Otherwise, they'll normally mingle here and there. They will not allow you to identify them. And then your entire effort will go for a waste. The first thing I heard that morning, contact ho gaya. And I jumped out of the bed. It was a happy moment for me. And when I went out, the vehicle was ready. I got ready immediately, had my weapon. I got inside. And this was somewhere when I was serving in 34 Rashtriya Rifles. So I had a team ready. I sat in the vehicle. And there's another hand that stopped me. His name was Major Vinay. He said, I want to come with you. And I said, no, you are in a basically coordinating role. We call it adjutant. He says, no, you don't come. You come behind because there's somebody to coordinate here. And he said, you stop here. I'll come with you. And I finally contested. I said, no, the contact is there. We have very limited people. I have to reach there as fast as possible. And this was some similar crisis. Now, when we get into crisis, I can bring you out. Crisis can be individual crisis. It can be emotional crisis. It can be relationship crisis. It can be organizational crisis. It can be team objective crisis, anything. But when the consequences of the crisis is life and death, then that crisis is completely uncomparable. Because there, in that crisis, you suddenly assume yourself being responsible for the life and death of number of people there with you. Killing the terrorist comes second. Firstly, life and death of your people, right? So here, Vinay was waving me, and then I was just going ahead. Finally, I didn't take him. But then 10 minutes down the line, since the entire location was hardly around 20, 25 kilometers from the exact location where we were there, somewhere in the route, he called me in the radio set. He said, Alok, I'm just behind. I said, nothing happens. And he says, I don't have a protection. Now, anybody who moves for an operation in the Kashmir Valley will always have, mandatory will have to have protection. That means set of people around him. And he did not have that. I said, it's okay. You take risk, come. It's just 10, 15 minutes drive. Nothing will happen. You just come ahead. So I landed there. When I landed, I found there was no information. Rather, the information was, I don't know how many terrorists holed up in the house, how many of them are firing. We had a small little team who were somehow engaging them. There was another young officer called Captain J.S. He was there. And then I analyzed the entire situation. I felt and I experienced, yes, bullets are firing. So I did not charge on the house. Some good sense prevailed and I went to the right side, and then from there I analyzed the situation. And from the moment I was analyzing the situation, I heard there's another officer, he got shot and he's being taken out now. So he got shot on the other side and he's being taken out, but then he's okay. While this was happening in the very fast pace, I tried to find out, when I came behind me, where is he now? This officer, where is he? And nobody was able to answer. Nobody could spot him. He was not responding anywhere. But finally, after a lot of battlecraft and what we call field craft, when I reached close to one of the house, then one of the Jawan, he was soldier, he pointed to me that Vinay is probably in this garden. Now, that is the moment that gives you a lot of goosebumps and that charges you like anything. Because you do not know whether my fellow officer is alive or my fellow Jawan is alive. He is my team member. He is my family and is alive or is dead. You do not know. But in any case, you have to extract him. You have to take him out. So again, that was very close, as close that the beginning and the end of this hall. It was that close of fighting that was on. And I was there somewhere on the other side. I again used the battlecraft, went close to the garden. And one of the soldiers, he pointed me out through, he made me peep out from a kind of a wooden piece, some hole inside, and I could see somebody lying. I did not know he's alive or dead. Now, this was a time where our small team was completely disintegrated. You know, 2 officers got shot, and one of them pointed out, 2 soldiers also got shot, but then they managed to come out of that place. Now, beginning of the operation, we did not know what to do. The team is completely, you know, in shambles. It was not like the coordinated effort has not yet started at that point in time. Now, what to do with that? The first thing first that I had to do, and I was the man on ground at that place along with another young officer. So the first thing first that I had to do is that I had to recognize that something has happened. If you do not recognize the crisis, then it will be a wishful thing. That means you go very casual, you will not understand. And any sphere in life, whether it's a corporate world, any crisis, whether the team crisis or a first crisis, first thing first that you have to acknowledge and recognize that this is something has happened. Because if you acknowledge, then you start taking actions accordingly. You cannot go casual for that matter. So I analyzed the situation, acknowledge is there completely, and then I started communicating. When I started communicating, first thing that, you know, these are the elements, what you see in red, that was subconsciously playing, and I was like, not because these are written here, it was automatically happening somewhere from the inside. When you recognized it, first thing you did, it's okay. You rebuild the faith and the sense of optimism in the team that we have. Imagine the situation that we have in the pandemic or many other crises. First thing first, you have to rebuild the faith. It's okay, it's happened, but sense of optimism that we'll come out of it. Not only we come out of it, we'll come out of it victorious. As a leader, I think this is the most important element, because at the beginning, if you do not do, team will continue to be in uncertainty, unstable, and they will continue to be disintegrated. And this is the role that an officer, and specifically as a leader, in any role, whether it's an HR role, whether it's an operation role or supply chain role, anytime the crisis comes, you have to really build that faith and develop the sense of optimism. When that happens, some kind of positivity, when that happened at that point in time, what is the next thing? Now I had certain team. Now I called up here and there and asked for help. That means you require help people. You require people to, you know, kind of reinforce your entire strength so that you can do good in this operation. In fact, you do not know how much is the information. You do not know how many terrorists are there, which direction they're firing on. So you ramp up your communication. If you do not ramp up your communication, the uncertainty will prevail. People will not know what to do next. People will not know what the directions are. People will not know which direction they have to go. And therefore, I had to ramp up the communication. And how did I do it? There is we couple of another young officer. So we started connecting on the radio to every single person, at least either radio or the visual contact, that you are safe, you are sound. We will see. At least no more casualty that I wanted. And this ramped up communication was on every 5 minutes, every 2 minutes. It was so fast. Unless every 10 minutes I get to know that everybody is safe, I was not quite. Now imagine that is something is the basics of functioning in the crisis. When the pandemic struck and it devastated the entire world, the CEO of the Delta Airlines, one of the famous airlines in the world, the first thing he did is ramped up the communication. Now, when you ramped up the communication, the transparency sets in. Now here, you may not have the complete information, but you are supposed to share what information you have, and you are supposed to share what information even you don't have. Because when you share information, you ramp up communication, people will develop trust and transparency in you. They'll be completely aligned with you in the entire cause. And that's a very important element. There again, it same happened at that point in time that I ramped up that communication until the time the reinforcement came. At least I ensured that no more casualty, no more hit that was there. Now, when all this was happening, the reinforcement came, and when you, at some point in time, things were happening, bullets were firing, but if you do not act with urgency, like when you ramp up communication, you call for help or reinforcement, if you do not act with an urgency, that will give the entire team a feeling of lethargic. Probably that will be something avoiding the situation. Fine. So one has to act with the urgency. At that point in time, you cannot avoid situation, because acting with the urgency is the only way to get more information in any way. When you act with urgency, I can give you another example in the corporate during the pandemic. The Prime Minister of New Zealand, at point in time, much before the entire world decided that, okay, lockdown and all that to happen, the Prime Minister of New Zealand started 4-step alarm system, 4-alarm system at the right at the beginning. What is the 4-alarm system? Initially 2-alarm system, ramped up to 4-alarm system. Why was that? Every single person in New Zealand, in some other way, or the family, will be connected twice, and later on connected 4 times to know about the well-being and everything. Now, that point in time when she did not know what is the road ahead, she did not know what is going to happen. But this particular connect with urgency built a lot of trust between the people, and later, unless things became a little clear, lockdown happened, she continued doing it. So therefore, the urgency is very much required. And there also, in that operation, everything that was happening, I was asking for help, I was asking for reinforcement, specific weapon, something, with all urgency. With that urgency, entire team got together. Now, when the entire team got together, another part that has happened, purpose and the value that people talked about is very important. Because in that leadership scenario, in that crisis scenario, this purpose and the value, for what purpose you're doing, at some point in time, you're required to even sacrifice your own life if required, right? When I went ahead to take out that injured officer at that point in time, later on we could not save him, but when I took him out, I exactly knew at that point in time that if I take 2 steps ahead, in all probability, I will get a bullet. And there I had my buddy, and then I asked him, and I said, I gave the option to him. You want to come ahead with me? And he said, absolutely, I'll not leave you there. Fine, he came ahead. But why did he agree to me? Why did I go ahead, and why did he agree to me to come ahead, in fact? Because the purpose was very clear. The purpose, the value system was very clear. The purpose was not individual. It is the team, the respect, pride of the team, the respect, pride of the Indian Army. People trust on Army. So the purpose was very clear. Our trust should not be broken at any point in time. And for that, even though we have to sacrifice, we will sacrifice it. So we moved ahead. These purpose, these values acted as a guiding line. It always in the corporate, it acts like a guiding light for any leader to perform. Imagine if the value system is something like, safety is the value system. Health and safety is the value system of the organization. Every single decision, every single walk of that life will be filled with this health and safety. I was part of comments where the safety was one of the important, and I could understand even a smallest violation is safety were dealt with very seriously. So everybody was blood was engraved with this concept that safety of the employee is very much important. Fine. Even at one point in time, if I talk about Cummins, I remember Cummins believes in that diversity and inclusion. Fine. Absolutely no discrimination. And at one point in time, Cummins was about to struck a deal with a company in South Africa because it had to build a business in South Africa. This was a very good deal. This was something could have been a game changer in that area. They were struggling for 1.5 years to crack the deal. And at the end of 1.5 years, when the final discussion took place, the vendor and the other party there did not want a black person to be a part of Cummins team, and Cummins team has a black person in it. Now imagine after 1.5 years of working very hard, everybody would have worked very hard, but the value system was diversity and inclusion, no discrimination at all. And at that point in time, Cummins withdrew from there. Cummins said, we did not want to deal with you because we do not want such thing to happen in our organization. So every sphere, this value system and the purpose will guide you as to how to move ahead, right? And I'll talk about share the power, because at the end of the day, when it's a crisis, you cannot do things alone. Today or tomorrow, when you step into the corporate, whether it's an individual contributor role or a team leader role or manager role or any leader's role, you will always be a part of team. And whenever the crisis comes, it's not that you are handling alone. Therefore, you have to share the power. When you share the power, that means you have to delegate. And to delegate, you have to trust the people around. Fine. I'll have another example of this very good sharing the power, which probably in the corporate world, many times you term it as a collaboration, but you have to share the power. And when you share the power, things will definitely come into place. Finally, and one of the word that lastly written, morale. When all this is happening, the morale is something which can turn the battle. There are a number of battles. I don't have that much of time to get into the details, but the number of battles that was won only based on morale. In fact, one of the 10 principles of war that we study, and Kalsur will agree with me, 10 principles of war, the second principle is morale. That has to be up at all the time. And this is the role of a leader, especially when you are in crisis, to keep the morale of every single team member around you, every single peer around you, to keep the morale high. After all this, I can just tell you, to cut it short, the entire story, sir. The picture that you see in the background, on the left side is me sitting with the Martyr Winner's parents. He was Major Winner's parents. I'm sitting because third day, since he was my roommate, I flew with his mortal remains to Hyderabad and I sat with him. On the right side, which you see, which is little hazy in picture, 36 hours of gun battle. 36 hours. Initially, we had 2-3 casualties. After that, we did not have a casualty. We did not initially know 2, 3, 4, how many people are there, how many terrorists are there. There were 9. And without losing any other casualty, we were able to eliminate all 9 of them at that point in time. So that's what it is, the entire success. Right? Now, how many of you, I'm sure all of you know the gentleman on the left, but I do not know how many of you know the gentleman on the right. How many of you know? Can you raise the hand? I think anybody from army background probably would know about it, but most of the students probably sitting would not know. But left hand, everybody knows, right? How many of you know the gentleman on the left? Still very less hand raised, right? Is it so hazy? Kapil Dev, right? And what is this picture is all about? Can you just guess that this picture is about which match is this actually? Absolutely, ma'am has spoken it very right. This was the match in 1983 World Cup, India versus Zimbabwe. Now, do you believe that 5 down on 17 run was a crisis for the Indian team there? It was a big crisis. Top 5 batsmen were out, on just 17. Ayaram, Gairam, what we say that. And that point in time, the captain took charge. We always want a leader who is unwavering, who has got a lot of past experience, filled with data in the corporate, and can navigate the entire team through that complex and the increased complexities, ongoing complexities. And specifically, when you see now, when we are totally interconnected globally, any single trigger, any single, even the political uprising, or maybe a viral video, or maybe anything else that can trigger and can bring the crisis down. Anything can bring the crisis up. You have seen the example of Russia, Ukraine. You have seen the example of Taiwan coming into place, right? Before pandemic, you would be surprised to know, when the pandemic started, before that, I hardly used Zoom. I did not know. I was more on the Skype and more on some other internal chats, hardly used Zoom. And because of this pandemic, the valuation of the Zoom that went higher than the 7 top airlines of the world within just 2 to 3 months. And the another impact was, all of you must have seen that WeWork, in Bangalore, Pune, and Metro City, in fact. It's a co-working space. And the valuation of this WeWork went down from 8 billion to 3 billion in just 3 months. So any such trigger from around can bring the crisis at any point in time. One such trigger was there at that match when 5 down on 17. And that is the place where the leader who comes with the resolve, and then he takes the charge. Why does he take a charge? Something down below, sense of pride. At the end of the day, you would have seen the movie 83 World Cup, some of you. Every single message, every single communication that he had, and he communicated this in, it's my pride. My team is not very good, but India is my pride, country is my pride. Now, when you work in the corporate, when you belong to different part of the team, if you do not take the team, sub-team, team is as a matter of your pride, you will not be able to assume responsibility. And if you do not assume responsibility, it'll be half-hearted effort from your side. So therefore, matter of pride, we talk about in army, you understand the army units are always have some kind of tagline. It's a kind of war cry, fine? They have the war cry that binds the entire unit in one, because they do not want the pride of the unit to go down. And therefore, every single unit in army has got a history around. Now, if I become a part of that unit, I, by any case, would not like that tradition and history and that glory of that unit to come down, even though I have to sacrifice their life. That's what they go for. This is something was shown at, in that match. Kapil Dev took the stage, and finally, rest all is history and today. So this is what is about this pride world. On the right side, what you see, I'm sure many of you do not know this gentleman. This gentleman, yeah, somebody raised the hand. Can you talk about? Somebody might have Googled it or probably no. I really would like to, I would like to be happy if you name this gentleman.
So if I'm not wrong, he is Major Jen, who actually cut his own leg with his own khurki.
You are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Can we have a round of applause for this person? Very nice. Many of you would not know, in 1970 war, this gentleman is Major General Ian Cardojo. He's again a landmark in the Indian Army. And he's landmark because he took decision at that point in time. And he took a decision which a normal combatant cannot take the decision in normal scenario. Imagine the crisis situation that has happened. And because he was shot in his leg was, the entire progress of the entire team was stalled at that point in time. Now, what he had to do was, firstly, he called his buddy and said that, okay, cut my leg. And the buddy was like, no, absolutely, I cannot do it. Buddy denied. Then he called the doctor. And doctor even denied, I cannot do that. But finally, what he did was he took up the east from the Gorkha regiment. He took up his kukri. He just cut his leg so that the team that comes on the forefront, the progress is not stalled. Ultimately, the progress relates to the victory of the team, unit, and the country as such. Now, this is what is the gentleman. Why did he do that? Just see the word, challenge yourself. Every time in life, if you do not challenge yourself and challenge the status quo, you will not explore your potential. Every time you challenge yourself, you will find that your mind and body has unlimited potential to take on. Unlimited. This is what right from the first day when I joined the academy, my instructor told me, because I was not pulling and challenging myself. And the day when I did that, I realized, oh, this is something even I can do that. Fine. Look at the way he challenged himself. So therefore, in the crisis situation, the two words I said, your mind has to work in the space given. Now, what is this mind is all about? Is this mind or there's something else? I define it. When you say apply your mind, M stands for the meaning and the move. There is a meaning and there's a purpose for which you're doing it. If you do not attach your purpose and the meaning to the action that you take, it'll be half-hearted, you will not be able to take that action. Second, I stand for insight. You should always know that where are you? It is, there is always a mismatch between, I would say, competency and the reality, or maybe aspiration and the reality. If the aspiration is very high, and then the reality of competence is low, you will have to work towards that. The more gap that you have, you will get frustrated. Therefore, if you have an insight, and in such cases where the crisis is there, what you have an insight that collect all the resources that you have on your command and then judiciously use it. So you have to have your capability insight, and you have to have an insight of everything around you, that how and what can you use, what is available to you. And is something called newness. And I say newness, that means something which is now, something that you improvise, something that was not conventional, that is not traditional, something that can go out of the way. Fine. The outcome could be in your favor. Cutting his leg was absolutely improvising something which nobody had ever thought of. Fine. And finally, D, that is decision. Somewhere or the other, you have to take decision. If you don't take decision, sometimes the quickness is decision is required, and sometimes the appropriateness is decision is required. Ideally, we should have both. But if you delay the decision, if you don't take decision, the indecisive mind will only bring you defeat or maybe bring you disaster. You have to take decision. And the space Very simple. When in crisis, follow this word space. S is nothing but a simplify. Many of us make small thing more complicated. If you make complicated thing as simple, probably you can progress in that direction. And therefore, the next word called P, progress. You have to progress in the direction. Firstly, you simplify, then progress in the direction. And once you progress in the direction, adapt yourself. Because now you're into a direction which is unfamiliar to you, may be unfamiliar to you, which may be new to you. You have taken a decision to progress, adapt, readjust, adjust, realign, reprioritize, whatever, quickly adapt yourself. Fine. That is one. And the C, that's contribute back. At the end of the day, you have to contribute back to the team member, contribute back to every single person concerned. Maybe in the corporate life, when you do a CSR, you are contributing back to the society. So keep that in mind. Fine. And finally, anybody can guess what is E? There could be many things, any single word from any one of you. Somebody says empathy, somebody says something. It could be anything. To me, it is enjoy. At the end of the day, when you take that action, when you move in the direction, finally, you enjoy the entire journey. Right? That is what I want you all to take away from this leadership. And probably these are the elements in any leadership. In any leadership, probably will help you. Any crisis, any leadership that will help you. Now, let me bring you to another story that I talked about, share the power and collaboration. In crisis, this is very important. All of you can see the photograph on the top, fine? And many of you can guess that this is some kind of a, group run of army, right? I'll take you back to our training days. Our training days, how does it happen? If I ask you today, for all those who are sitting in the hall, especially students here, that how many of you can run 5 kilometers? Some hands will be raised, right? If I ask you 10 kilometers, some hands will go down. If I ask you 20 kilometers, very minimal hand will come up. And if I ask you 30 to 40 kilometers, maybe one of you may be marathoner or maybe real start, you can have, otherwise most of you will say no. Now if I add the toughness element even more, can you run 40 kilometers after 6 days of sleepless nights? When I say sleepless, that means maybe 1 or 2 hours you would have slept for last 6 days. Now imagine what is the state of your body and mind. I add another stage of toughness. It's not 6 days of sleepless night only. It is 6 days of doing some other activities, strenuous activities over hills, mountains, and any desert, anything, and then sleepless nights. And those, I do not want to get into the graphic and the structural details of these activities. Many of you understand what military training is all about. And thereafter 6 days of sleepless night, then 40 kilometers run. And what is last if I add to you, if you have to add 25 kgs weight on the back and 15 kgs rifle and some other thing together, that means 40 kgs. So at 6th day evening, you are told to run 40 kilometers in a group. Now imagine, and even more, what is more to it? It's not that you're running in isolation, you're running in a group, and one group is in competition with the other group. That means any one of this group member drops out, either medically or by any other will, it will invite a heavy penalty on the group, and in all probability, that group is likely to lose. Now here is the situation, 40 kilometers in that situation, right? It's very difficult. It's really, for 1.5 to 2 kilometers, each one of us would like to, and I remember my time, I also wanted to give up. Oh, it's really hell. But what happens? Something really unique happens there. After 2 kilometers, one of the fellow mates says, guys, we have to win. And he shouts some war cry, something, some motivation. Somebody say, I have to go back and call my mom. And therefore we have to move fast. Then somebody says, oh, I have to go back and talk to my girlfriend that I have come victorious. All sort of things will come out at that point in time. And then each one will continue running. Each one will share the load of other. If I'm not medically well, somebody else will carry my weight or maybe rifle. There are cadets at that point in time who would take load of 3-4 rifles at one go, 2 weights. Imagine, just to support the other. So that means collaborate, collaborate, and collaborate. At the end of the day, nobody is left behind. This is what Indian Army so far is famous for, that we do not leave people anywhere in the battle. We do not leave them behind. And that's where one of the statement that probably, one of the dialogue that you would have heard, I'll come back either alive or wrap around, but I'll come back for sure, because he has a trust in the entire team. The team will not leave him around, leave him back. Now imagine the corporate situation. I'm just imagining the corporate situation in the term of crisis. If every team member of yours and everyone who is around your command and space, if he feels secured, my boss will not leave me. My boss will look after my safety, security, career, and everything. He will never leave you, in the days to come. He will never let you down ever in place. And with that, that's why I say the endurance of the last person is important. When you work in the team, you may be the fast runner. You may have the extraordinary skill to do the job alone. But at the end of the day, it is not you. Endurance of the last person in the team is important. And that you have to ensure as a leader, not others. You will have to ensure as a leader. Fine. And the second picture, I'm sure some of you might have seen him. This is just an example, because related to it, I'll have a last slide. This person is Karade Saket. He's from NDA Pune. He picked up his buddy, ran for 15 kilometers, 12 kilometers at a stretch, not 12, 7 kilometers at a stretch. Now imagine carrying a weight of around 80 kgs, 70, 80 kgs, and then running for 7 kilometers at a stretch, just because he did not want his squadron to lose, just because he did not want, he himself or his squadron to be shown that, okay, we have lost the game. And he carried him, and he was awarded later on for this purpose. So this is what the mental and the morale and this intention that is there, right? Intention is another word that I wanted to pick it at that point in time. And let me give you another story and example. When I joined the corporate world, now this is not an army example. Intention is very important for you to function in crisis. I was new to the corporate, manufacturing, big industry, big place. I was absolutely new 15 days down the line. Every morning I would be in a call. The call will have two groups, one this department, one another department. And from each department, we'll have six, 7 members on the call, even including the head. And every day they would be on a call and they'll be fighting with each other, not moving forward, and everybody blaming on each other, okay, why this is not happening, and all sort of things. I was new, I did not know what's happening here. Fine. But after around attending 6 or 7 days, I really got, it was like I got annoyed. I said, you guys are not moving in any direction, even though I kept quiet. I did not know what is the issue, because I did not know what is the issue down below. I just knew they're fighting with each other, nobody's moving forward. That's all. So finally, one day the call got over, and then I walked up to my boss and I said, can I take this on? And she said, okay, it's, that another head is a very tough customer, because my boss used to be in that call, and even she was unable to, find the solution and road ahead. And she said, okay, the Ravi is a very tough customer, but if you really want to take this on, you take this on. So what did I do? I just called up Ravi immediately after that. He was not there in the location, and I said, next time when you come to this plant, can we have a cup of coffee together? And he gracefully agreed. He said, okay, I'm coming tomorrow. We'll have a cup of coffee. Tomorrow, next day he came, and we sat in the cabin, and the coffee was called for, normal exchange of, hi, hello and all. And after that, normal pleasantry exchange. First thing I spoke to him, I said, Ravi, for last around a week or so, I've been observing that something wrong is going on and we are not actually taking the road ahead. I do not know what's happening. And he said, yes, that's happening. I said, this coffee will not finish till the time you and me come to one place and say, this is the solution. And this is something that all of a sudden he's meeting for the first time. And I'm telling this coffee will not finish till the time we come to an alignment and agreement that this is the solution that we propose, right? And then next day I said, I'll tell my team, if me and you are aligned, I'll get my team aligned. You have to get your team aligned. Believe you me, to cut the long story short, just 2 days, entire problem got solved. Me, Ravi became the best of the friend. Even today, we have the best of the friend today. Fine. That's where the intent is very, very important. Fine. And with the intent, your responsibility you assume. All of you must be knowing this gentleman, right? What I say, every crisis is an opportunity. All of you know that. You read it everywhere, every day. Every crisis is an opportunity. And I'll give you the example what reinforces me to say this. One fine day, you can see the picture, and one fine day I had an opportunity to talk to him and meet him. Fine. I was there in one of the hotel to receive one of the official functions, some award and all. And then suddenly from a distance, I realized that I think it's Mahendra Singh Dhoni who was standing there, even though he was wearing the mask. And now, like a small kid, at the end of the day, your heart is like a kid. So I also wanted to go and talk to him. I did not want to miss this opportunity, but he was surrounded by many people, including the personal staff and all sort of things. So how do I go there? So I walked up, and then suddenly somebody came in between and said, you cannot go. You cannot meet him. And I found out it's really tough. And then I came back, fine. But I just thought of one thing. I said, today is a chance and opportunity. If I don't meet him today, I do not know next time when God will give me a chance. Fine. And even though I had to conduct myself like an officer, but the child inside the hurt was never stopping myself, fine. So I always thought, no, I have to do something or the other. Again, I walked up, and next time again, somebody came, and then I introduced myself. I am Lieutenant Colonel Alok, and I really wanted to have a conversation with him. Can you go and tell him? So the moment he heard I'm from army background, he obliged. He went, he said, sir, I cannot stop you. And that's where the conversation started. Now this conversation, now he's being given an honorary rank of Territorial Army. He has undergone some of the military training. And he very well knows, during the conversation I figured out, he knows a lot of army discipline. He knows a lot of army hierarchy. So he gave me complete respect, like, calling me sir and everything. And then we had a discussion for around 20 minutes plus. Now imagine, I was trying to get a photo click, and I was just trying to meet him, and he's spending 20 minutes with me. In that 20 minutes, that was the opportunity that I had to connect to him. And I asked a lot of questions, actually a lot of questions. And I could connect because he comes from the area and the belt where I belong to somewhere. We had played the same tournament. Even I was a cricketer, I had played the same tournament under 16 and under 19 from where he played and started up his career. But he went to some other place and I had another career. That doesn't mean that I'm as good as him in cricket. That simply means, but then yes, since we played the same tournament, we could connect well because we talk about it. We had a talking point. And during the talking, I asked him, the entire country perceives you to be somebody like who's very cool, who is like a finisher in the game. Many a times even I have seen and observed that even we had given up that you will win, but the country will win, but then you turn the things around. How do you really maintain this? I asked this question to him. How do you do that? And then his one answer that is written here, and his simple answer, his line was at the top. I take every crisis as an opportunity. Every crisis is an opportunity. And then he says, sir, life may not give you another opportunity if you miss this. What will happen at the end? If I do not utilize this crisis as an opportunity, I'll miss it. At the most, I'll fail. If I fail, this experience, plus whatever I did, will become learning for me for the next match that I play, and I implement it there many times I will. So I take, and these were his words, I take every crisis, every single tough situation when going to play as an opportunity for me to perform and turn it around. And wherever I be successful, you can see that. This is a very strong message from him. Even I carry it today. I always carried it in the past, but today it reinforces a belief that yes, and in pandemic, I don't have to speak about what was a crisis, how many opportunities we created for ourselves, and which way we're utilizing it even today. Fine. So this is where in the crisis that you have to use that. Finally, again, I place it here. Now, this particular slide, I'm just telling you is, yesterday I was interacting with some of them and I got to know that some of them have been not recommended from the service selection board interview because of many other things. So I just added this thing at the end. Because I come from a service selection background, I have assessed the personality of around 19,000 plus candidates coming from +2 to graduation, post-graduation. Probably this is something which is the basics in the Bible that we follow in terms of leadership competencies. And this is an opportunity that I can show it to you all. How does it matter and how does it affect your life and how it is related even in the crisis or any other situation. On whatever you see, so whatever you see, these are the leadership competencies we call about. In Army language, we call it qualities, officers-like qualities. That is listed out. Now, if I divide your entire body into 4 different parts, now you can correlate. 4 different parts. The entire leadership will be summed up in this slide. The first part is above your head. That talks about your application of knowledge. That we call it factor 1, what we say that, application of knowledge. It doesn't talk about your marks. It doesn't talk about the percentage that you have secured in every place. It talks about whatever knowledge that you have, how much you are able to apply when you are in crisis and the tight corner situation. It can have that, okay, you may have a minimum knowledge, but you're able to apply maximum there in the situation. The second, what you see, that factor 2 in red, that talks about adaptability, cooperation or collaboration, and sense of responsibility. If you go in your body, below your heart is heart. So the second factor talks, something comes from the heart. If you go little down, it's your gut feeling, that is your confidence, your initiative, and all sort of things. And the fourth part is if you go down, that's a limb. That means how early, how late you do give up, how much risk you can take it, and how early or how late you give up. Now, why did I mention? Because my thing did not finish here. If I ask you today, which part is the most important part to become a successful, effective, and a good leader? I have asked it, I have debated it, discussed it many a times with many people around, and there are diverse opinions. Somebody says factor 4 is more important, somebody says factor 3 is important. If you don't have confidence, you will not be able to function it. Believe you me, when we hire people, even in armed forces, when people are selected in service selection board, or even now I follow the same thing. When I hire, the first thing that we see is factor 2. That means how much adaptable you are. Adaptability plays a very important role. Adaptable to the group, different social group, situation, weather conditions, and different age, sex, whatever it is. That plays an important part. Collaboration, as stressed on, that plays an important part. That means you are an effective team player. That means in team, you can put the team interests above your interests and then collaborate, right? The third thing is the responsibility. I talked about the very first slide. In crisis or everywhere in life, you have to assume responsibility. Nobody will tell you at point in time that this is your responsibility. But unless you assume, you will not be able to become an effective leader. And that's not the leadership in crisis that we think about. Crisis is a fast-paced environment. You have to take quick decision. Somebody from the group has to take a decision or assume responsibility. You have to be the one to assume responsibility, fine? And if I tell you, which is the most important factor for me, then in service selection board to select, and even now in the corporate, when I pick up candidates like you at multiple stages, even the senior level candidate, I see whether this part he's good or not completely. Fine. As higher you go leadership, this part will be more required at any point in time. There is a functional, there's a behavioral. Now behaviorally, this part is more required. And the second part is factor 4 that I say. That means how easily and what is the threshold level, fine? That means how easily you give up. Now, if I can make a statement and you can correlate it. Somebody who is really willing to do the thing, that means dil se aata hai and chhodta nahi hai. He doesn't give up. He will find his way out. He will find his way out and come out the other way. I may not know the answer, but if I'm adaptable and I don't give up, I'll reach out to any of my friends and say, see, I don't know this, can you help me out? Fine. And that's the reason many times in your assignment submission, you would see a couple of yours, probably it may resonate to anyone of you, may not know the thing, but at least he is very good. He's well adaptable in the group. He will walk across, please help kar de yaar, mujhe pata hai itna. Okay? And you will be happy to help him out because he doesn't give up at that point in time. Something we talk about confidence, these all are completely trainable part. With expertise, with practice, you can always come and train yourself. In fact, you can become a better confident leader. In fact, every time when you talk about a fear, I come here and talk to you, and I come and talk to many other places in corporate life. But every time I come, we always have a fear to face audience. You imagine, you are sitting and gossiping with one of a friend there on the dinner table, and you're talking about some aspect here and there. That's absolutely fine. But all of a sudden, somebody say, okay, can you stand and address the entire group and tell the same thing? Now you're frozen completely. It happens at any level. And therefore, you have to prepare. Fine. And when you have to prepare, keep these two things in the mind for the leadership point of view. The responsibility needs to come from the heart, and you should not give up. Fine. And you have to apply yourself in a different situation. Not just mug up things. Many of the students I find always struggle for very high marks. Of course, marks at times gives you a good reflection of that you have done well. But marks is not a clear reflection of actual leadership. You have to apply. That is one famous dialogue in one of the movie, Kabil bano, safalta piche aayegi. Fine. Not that's what it is. And therefore, last line, leadership is an integration of various interdependent personality traits that I can talk about. And finally, last thing, my last slide, probably. Many a time the discussion takes place. What is more important, destiny or journey? And we have a diverse opinion that, oh, everything is well if it ends well. But I have this opinion probably. You may agree, you may not agree. Absolutely fine. But I say enjoy the journey. Because at the end, if you bring destination before the journey, it will bring anxiety in you. That anxiety will not allow you to function to the full of your potential. But if you enjoy the journey, you will learn a lot. By any chance, if you do not reach the destination, you will still have a peaceful sleep. You would have learned a lot, you will have a peaceful sleep. And most likely, you will reach the destination. And with the learning that you have, you will reach even bigger destination in the future to come. Therefore, do not be anxious, do not bring anxiety, do not take undue pressure and tension. Pressure will have to be taken because that pressure will keep you moving. But undue tension, undue pressure, something which is not in your control and you're taking pressure, right? I don't know whether I'll reach there or not. I started from Pune, I have to go to Nashik, and I keep worrying only मैं पहुंचूंगा कि नहीं पहुंचूंगा. यही सोचता रहूंगा तो the entire journey I'll not be able to enjoy at all. I'll not be able to see what is there in the journey. I'll not be able to learn from these things. So that's what is my final thing. So as you go ahead, enjoy the journey, whether you submit the assignment, even the assignment is around a day before, one day before it's given to you. I'll just end up with another anecdote. When I was in my master's and in the first semester, I somehow landed in the programming, computer programming part of it. And one of our professors at that point in time, he was considered to be one of the toughest professors at that point in time, who would give 50 assignment to the first semester guy who had never seen computer at that point in time, forget about laptop. So programming assignment, we were struggling to learn the basics of C and C++, and he gave 50 programming assignments to be completed. And that too, when you have 6 other papers and you have other assignments. So people just found that he's a devil, he is something like he doesn't want us to grow. And even to that pattern, to have an honest confession, 10, and that to all these assignments, if you submit, they'll carry only 10 marks out of 50. 40 is theory, right? So at one point in time, I thought, yeah, 10 pe fight hi nahi karte, I'll not submit. And let me tell you, I have not submitted in one assignment. But what he used to tell us at that point in time, that even though I'll give you 5 more, you will still submit if you stretch yourself and if you really want to do that. And the statement that he made, which I want all of you to carry from here, there are 1,000 reasons and 1,000 excuses of not doing a thing. There is only one way to do it, just do it. Fine. That's what I wanted you all of you to carry. And believe you me, his teaching, I still carry. Even though I did not submit the assignment, I got a good score in the theory marks, but I did not submit the assignment. But when I attended his class, his concept helped me so much that I always hated programming. And one of my success of my life, probably I considered it, I always hated programming. I never programmed, in fact, but I was one of the finalists, probably the second ranker in one of the programming contests that happened in NIT, where I could beat IIT and NIT guys in that. And I've never programmed that way. Fine. With that, I come to an end. Enjoy the journey. And any questions that probably I'll be happy to answer any one of you. Yeah, please go on.
Hello, sir. Really nice presented. I would say that you have really nicely presented your story. It inspired everybody, and we have gathered a lot of things from it. I would like to ask a question regarding your recent activity which you have conducted in your company, Briton. You have taken some of your employees to on 15th August to like Ladakh, Leh Ladakh. So what was the outcome and how the employees are feeling right now?
That's a very good question, and that gives me confidence that you follow my LinkedIn very well and religiously. That's very important, and one should follow, in fact. That's very nice. So it was not Leh Ladakh, it was Kargil, to be precise, and especially in Kargil, that war memorial, to be precise. Now, why did we do that? We have workforce spread across the countryside, length and breadth of the country. And based on the hard work of these workforce, the organization grow because they bring revenue in multiple ways, in fact, right? And we keep incentivizing them in multiple ways, many ways. Something that I always believed in, which I brought out some with other. If you're emotionally connected to the cause, your productivity will be higher. If you are emotionally connected to your team, your productivity higher. If you are emotionally connected to the organization, your productivity higher. To get this more emotionally connect to, between the employee and us, incentivizing is one part. You can give them money in various forms. You can give them a number of things, but something which they had never experienced it before, which could connect them with the organization, because organization giving them such experiences, and also connect them with the armed forces, also connect them with the country, because many of them, in fact, 98% of them, they never had this experience of going into Kashmir, seeing and all that thing. So we, a unique initiative that we took it, that we, designed a program that these are the parameters, and all of you, if you come up to that, probably we'll give you gold medal and silver medal and all, but we will give you at the Kargil War Memorial. That's something that we planned for. And when people contributed, we added another thing. We said, you will have a sense of satisfaction, even though you are not a soldier, but it's okay. You are equally contributing to the country. How? The percentage of your earning, that is not whatever hard work you're putting in, we will donate it to the martyrs' family for their welfare. So they could immediately connect themselves, contributing to the country and the army, because they feel that, okay, something I am doing it for them. So their productivity, their hard work, in fact, increased multifold, in fact. And they really work very hard. And that's to say, it's not one or two. I took 60 of them there, out of which 50 were awarded gold and silver medal. And this is one of a lifetime experiences that they had it. I hope I've answered the question, right? Okay. Anyone else, anything? I'll be happy to answer. Yes.
Hello, sir. So I have a question with respect to problem identification or the crisis identification issue, as you mentioned in the slide. So very often we see that in the corporate world, often the crisis identification part takes a toll on the company itself. And often this particular stage is ignored, like in the case we have seen for Kodak and Nokia. So in such cases where the boat has already set a sail and the people have been stranded on the shore, what should be the course of action for any company which has failed to understand the need for change and identify the crisis?
That's a very, very good question. And in fact, I'll attempt to answer you well. The question is related to crisis identification, right? So that means you say that many a times we don't identify that, or even though it's crisis given to us, probably we don't recognize that, right? There are two guiding principles I can just think of at this moment, how to recognize and how to really find whether it's a crisis or not. First thing first, the value system. When I say value system, that means anything which is going the boundary of the value. That means if safety is our value, is it affecting adversely that safety of the employee in any way? If something is happening that way, it's a crisis. It's absolutely a crisis. Despite the organization can gain a lot, but not at the cost of employees' health and safety. That's something so every organization has its own value system. Anything which is a violation of this value system, you find that as a crisis, specifically if that happens at a fast pace in a short period of time. The second thing, we all work in an organization, we want organization to grow. And therefore, when we grow the organization, the entire organizational objective is somehow translated down in the individual objectives for everyone. Every team has an objective. Now, when the team has an objective, and any such thing which is contrary to the objective of the team, forget about one member, because of course, if it is violated, it'll cross the team objective, probably you are also affected. So anything which is not aligned to the team objective, that again would be a crisis. But then many a times it so happens that, oh, everything is there, now you have a time crisis. Now you must understand why there will be a time crisis. Somewhere it may not be aligned to exactly your team objective, but it is aligned to a larger fit. So if you look at from this 40,000 feet, probably at 40,000 feet, this will be more important for him. And for you, also, many times it happens that, okay, all of a sudden, let's say, for example, you're required to submit 3 days down the line, and suddenly people ask you to submit it tomorrow. Fine. And if you do not understand the urgency, I talked about one word called you have to act with urgency in crisis. If you do not react to the urgency, and that urgency will come at some discomfort, at your level, because you have to work hard, you have to stretch yourself more. And if you do not act with the urgency, probably that is something that will end up into even the greater crisis. And if that crisis, I'm sure the managers, leaders, they understand that. If that is not understood, then probably you are absolutely on the wrong track. Probably the larger objective will not be it. Now, how to really do that? Fine. How to do that? How to understand, and many a times, how to identify that. At every level, you have a supervisor, managers, team leaders, and everyone. Fine. They're trained many a times because everything is totally aligned to the organizational KRA. Organizational, what do you say this? If you draw the organization scorecard, probably, fine, balanced scorecard, and probably if you trickle down completely, everything is aligned. So anything which is not as per the organizational KRA, anyone can point out. It may not be necessarily, it may not be the manager, immediate manager. Even as a team member, you can point out that this is something which is a violation of that thing. And the moment it's a violation of this, either value system or that thing objective, you point out this is the crisis that we are getting into. If you don't resolve it now, we are getting into a crisis. Fine. Just a last word before I say, in Army always we follow, for every plan A, we have a plan B. For every plan B, we have plan C. We should not fail. So the moment you plan for something, let's say you always plan, my target is 5 days. What if the entire thing is condensed into 3 days? Know what to do. What if out of the 5 resources, 2 resources resign and go? Then what to do? Now, the moment you plan your plan B, even though plan A doesn't succeed, your plan B will help you. And for every plan B, if you have a plan C, by then, I think you will always be successful and always in the right lines. I hope that answers. Okay. I hope I have now further questions. I'll be happy to answer, but that will be like, at the cost of your own glass in the hand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an enlightening and inspiring session delivered in a very captive manner. I hope we all have found this session very meaningful and exciting. It was a pleasure to hold Lieutenant Colonel Alok Kumar Das. We would like to take this moment to felicitate sir with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Mandira Karade to do the honor. We are delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South and Safe Express.
So at the end, just I sincerely extend my thanks to all the organizers here, in fact, management, and I'll be missing if I don't thank each one of you. And special thanks to all those who coordinated with me and struggled with me to get me on board. And even more than that, the special thanks to all the vibrant students of this prestigious college. I am sure you will have a bright future ahead. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Those words are truly inspiring for us to take us these events going forward.
I now call upon stage Mr. Shreya Marathe, convener of the hrsummit Nashik chapter, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. A wise man once said, automation and technology will take you to places and to the base camp, but it's only those teams with the strongest human resource support reach the summit. Well, I really don't know whether a wise man really said it or not, but the phrase a wise man once said surely grabs the attention. Jokes apart, standing at this podium, I am completely overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude towards everyone present out over here for making the HR Summit 2022 a grand success. I would like to quote one of my favorite lines from the poem Nirmano ke Pavan Yug mein. The line goes like, Jatil samasya suljhane ko nutan anusandhan na bhule. Or as we, the millennials and Gen Zs would like to quote it as, modern problems require modern solutions. Organizing an event of this scale and magnanimity in our very own campus was one such jatil samasya or a modern problem that was presented to the team. And standing at this podium, I am proud to say that we have found our own version of Nutan Anusandhan or modern solutions to the same in all the aspects of work that have been delivered. First and foremost, I would like to thank all our esteemed keynote and panel speakers who accepted our invite, graced the occasion, and shared their insights and inculcated curiosity within us students, faculties, and the delegates. Many thanks to all the HR professionals who graced the occasion as our esteemed delegates yesterday and today for taking time out from their busy schedules and attending the summit. I'm certain you all must have gathered great insights from the keynote and panel sessions, and it definitely would have stimulated your great brain cells. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our generous sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible at all. A big thank you to our director, Dr. Vandana ma'am, for trusting us with this big responsibility and being the guiding light throughout. Thank you, our faculty convener and head corporate relations and placements, Dr. Mandira ma'am, for holding our hands, showing us the way, and walking continuously along while having our back always. Thank you all the respected faculty members for your kind help and providing valuable guidance and feedbacks time to time. Many thanks to our campus admin, Colonel Sur sir and his team, and our administrative officer, Rajesh sir and his team for their continued support. Thank you to our IT head, Mahesh sir and his team for keeping up the spirit of hybrid working alive by helping us with live streaming and the IT support. Special mentions to Samir sir, Manisha ma'am, Sarita ma'am, Ujwala ma'am, and Yogesh sir for working with us hand in hand throughout. Thank you, Sandeep Dada, Vinod Dada, Sunil Dada, Samadhan Dada, and all the office staff for their never-ending support to us. Truly grateful to all the student-run committees and clubs of SIOM who answered the call, trusted the vision, and joined hands in hand in transforming the first floor into a beautiful reality from a raw idea that maps the journey of a student of SIOM in form of an exhibition. I'm sure this example sets a precedent that will be followed hereafter. Thank you to all our partners and service providers who helped us with logistics, cab service, hospitality, printing, venue decoration, audio-visual, and IT setup, and well, of course, the delicious food as well. Thank you to both the senior and junior batches of OM and AOM for their diligence and inquisitive hearing with professional conduct and being an amazing audience to the event. And lastly to the dream team of 107 members who have burned the midnight oil in building this event into what it is today from ground zero. It was the first time that after a gap of 2 years of having this event in virtual setup, the HR Summit was organized in SIOM campus, and I'm sure the event has set high benchmark for the events to follow. I would like to take this opportunity to call upon the stage all of my vertical heads, starting with the convener for Delhi Lake, Shubham Singh, who effectively managed all the back-end operations effectively and efficiently. Shubham. Going ahead, program and events vertical led by Samarth Surve and Piyush Deshpande for designing the event theme and onboarding such illustrious speakers. Registrations and invitations vertical led by Rashika Singh and Sheikh Siddiqui for leaving no stone unturned in inviting our esteemed delegates to the event. Logistics and hospitality vertical led by Revati Jadhav and Vishwas Sharma for seamlessly managing the entire logistics and travels for speakers and managing the venue as well. IT infrastructure vertical led by Saurish Datta and Akshita Manvati for taking care of the tech side of the event, right from website design to audiovisual, lights, and venue management. Sponsorship vertical led by Kajal and Shubhajit for bringing on board such wonderful set of sponsors without whom the event would not have been possible. And last but not the least, communications and public relations vertical led by Omkar Ghurpade and Harinder for their continuous support in designing and creating engaging marketing content and branding over the last entire month. With this, in the humble capacity of the convener of Nashik HR Summit, I, Shreyas Marothe, along with my team of vertical heads and 107 members, would like to conclude the Nashik leg of 14th edition of HR Summit, only to be back with a bang on 3rd September at the Delhi leg. Until then, thank you, take care, and stay safe. Over to the comparing team.
Thank you, Shreyash and the vertical heads for guiding us and leading us so efficiently. Today's session was stimulating and inspiring in so many ways. It wouldn't be possible without the generous support from our sponsors. We extend our gratitude to Audi Mumbai South, official automobile partner, MacV, official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, official youth partner, Budhani Bros, official snacking partner, Startup Turkey, official outreach partner, ED Time, official blog partner, Iskia, official global knowledge partner,
Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Super Smelly, official gifting partner. NovaFest and Unstop, our official event listing partner. City Goodies, our official gift hamper partner. DU Beat, official media partner. Chef Express, our official supply chain partner. And Absolute Barbecue, our official food partner. They say celebrate endings, for they proceed to new beginnings. With that being said, we conclude the final episode of the 14th edition of HR Summit 2022 Nashik chapter. We are coming with yet another episode of HR 5.0 with an exciting theme, the catalyst to IPOs on 3rd of September in Delhi.
Stay tuned to all our social media handles. More promising and engaging events are lined up for you for the upcoming days. We hope you have enjoyed the journey with us, and we look forward to cherishing this industry-academia relationship for a long time. This session will end here. You can enjoy the high tea. The tea would be served in your tables. Happy networking. On behalf of the entire HS Summit 2022 team, signing off, Diksha, Rahul, Niladri,
and Oendrila. Stay safe and take care, everyone. Thank you.